Previously on You Can Beat Video Games. It was a dark time for the rebellion. Despite our best efforts to stop him, Golbez had acquired 7 of the 8 crystals. After we handed over the Crystal of Earth in a hostage exchange, and watched helplessly as Golbez's disembodied hand stole the crystal from the Dwarven castle, I started to wonder if we were helping, or just making the situation worse. What would happen if Golbez got his hands on all 8 crystals? Kane seemed to think that he could open up a passage to the moon, but why? What would Golbez do if he got there? That's something we hoped we'd never find out. The final crystal was sealed in a cave deep underground, but instead of helping Golbez retrieve it, a plan was hatched to attack the enemy stronghold, the Tower of Bab-il. The climb up the tower was long and challenging, but we survived. At the top, we defeated Dr. Lugay, but it was too late. The crystals were gone, and now the tower's super cannon was aimed at the Dwarven castle. Would we have time to save our new friends? Or would they suffer the same fate as the Kingdom of Dom Kion? We'll find out today on You Can Beat Video Games. If you're new to the channel, we're doing deep dives on retro video games and giving you the professional strategies that can be used by the casual gamer. Please make sure to subscribe and check out youcanbeatvideogames.com for episode lists, news, and official You Can Beat Video Games merchandise. And please join our Patreon for access to an exclusive Discord community and a chance to vote on future episodes. Let's get started. We climbed this entire tower looking for the crystals, and not only are they not here, but our dwarf friends are going to be killed by a super cannon? Now, before we go running off into a trap, is it possible that that Dr. Lugay guy was bluffing? I don't know about you, but I take everything I hear from a robot skeleton with a grain of salt. Could they even hit the Dwarven castle from here? It's very far away. Regardless, we can't afford to risk it, so we'll have to make our way to the cannon room and shut this thing down. We passed the cannon room earlier. It was on one of the lower floors, but we didn't have the key, so we'll make our way back there now. There are still random monster encounters that you may have to face, so be prepared for that. You may recall these alert enemies will not damage you, so if you're in bad condition, you could just run away. Once you hit the alert, it will summon another monster, and if you don't want it to continue to summon monsters, you'll need to finish off the alert before you defeat the monster it summons. It may seem like we need to hurry downstairs to stop that super cannon, but there's no actual time limit. So if you want to leave the alert enemy alive and just keep killing the chimeras that it summons, that's a good way to farm some experience points. The chimeras only have 700 HP and they're worth a whopping 2300 experience. So that's a very good ratio. Here we have a stone man and a Medusa, and we were surprised by them, so this is just a friendly reminder to make sure that you're healing your party between battles, so that if you do get surprised by the monsters, you don't get wiped out. As long as there are other enemies on the battlefield, the Medusa enemies will use the Ray spell, which will put a slow petrification on one of your characters. This will slow them down, and eventually it will turn that character into stone. Rydia can use the Change Rod to turn the Medusa into a pig, and then her Ray spell won't work anymore. Of course, once she's the only remaining enemy, she will try to fight against you, so you'll want to finish her off very quickly once the Stone Man is gone. We took a bit of damage there, so we'll have Rosa heal the party. She has the highest willpower of all our characters, so her cure magic will be more effective. We can have her just use Cure 1, which only costs 3 magic points, but it will restore a significant amount of HP. Here we have a pair of Stone Man monsters. These guys are weak against ice. Now, Cecil and Cain are both wielding ice-based weapons right now, so that's going to make this battle very easy. We can also have Rydia cast an ice-based spell, assuming that the Stone Men last that long. You can see Cecil did over 3,000 damage with a simple melee attack. This battle is going to be over as soon as Cain lands, and that's it for the Stone Men. We'll take our 1,100 experience points each, and it looks like Cain gained a level. Let's take a look at his status. So Cain is up to 31 strength and 27 vitality, making him one of our more tank-like characters. The fact that Cain can equip heavy armor and also gets to live in the back row because of how his jump ability works makes him very hard for the enemies to kill. Now, I know our Dwarven friends are in danger, but we're not going to be able to help anybody if we're tired. So let's take about an 8-hour nap here in the save room, save the game, and when we're good and refreshed, we can try to stop that cannon. The cannon room is actually not very far from here, so we're just going to head over to this door on the left, and we'll quickly cross over to the right, and that will take us to the proper floor. Now we just need to head to the middle. So we'll go straight down, and up across this bridge is where we'll find the cannon. But first we're going to face a Chimera and 2 Flame Dogs. The Flame Dogs are weak against ice, but the Chimera absorbs ice magic, so if we use a big ice spell against all of these enemies, it won't work against the Chimera. Instead, we'll have Rydia use her neutral virus spell, and our ice weapons will take care of the Flame Dogs. If you fight any enemies that have resistance to elemental magic, the virus spell should probably be your go-to. After that battle, Cecil gained a level, bringing him up to level 30. Let's take a look at his stats. You can see that he's very well-rounded with 37 strength and 30 vitality. Now, once you get to this door, you want to stop and unequip everything from Yong. Yes, I'm sad to say, he's about to leave our party. Of all the equipment that Yong is wearing, you especially do not want to lose the cat claw, so don't forget to unequip him before you enter the cannon room. Once you've stripped Yong down to the thong, use the tower key to enter the cannon room. Once we get inside, we'll see a trio of hooded figures operating the cannon controls. Goodbye, dwarves, they say. But it appears that we've arrived in time. Let's get ready to fight. Oh, it's just 3 dark imps? I guess Golbez must have assumed that the locked door was enough security for the super cannon. We'll easily be able to wipe these guys out by having Cecil and Yong attack. Cain can jump, and we don't want to waste any magic here, so we'll have Rydia turn this guy into a pig, which is just for fun. Dark imps don't use any magic, so it doesn't really help us win the fight. Now, it may have looked like we killed those dark imps, but in their final moments of life, they do something to the machine that makes it go haywire. This is not good. Oh, this is one of those times when we really need Sid. Yong, what are you doing? You'll take care of this? How? You can't karate chop this thing, Yong. When did you get an engineering degree? But with a swift strike from Yong, our party is knocked out of the door. Tell my wife to live for me? Yong, no, you can tell her yourself. There's nothing you can do in there, just open the door. But that was the last thing he said. And with that explosion, Yong was gone. Now there's sort of a trick that we can do here. If you hold up as that last text box closes, you can enter the super cannon room and explore it. There's not a lot to see in here, but normally you'd never be able to fully explore this room. Now I don't recommend you actually do this, because once you enter the super cannon room, there is no way out. The exit spell will not work, the warp spell will also not work, and you definitely can't use the door, so the only way out is to reset and reload your last save. So let's just assume that we did not go back into the super cannon room, and instead we'll continue climbing down the tower. We may have lost a party member, but the monsters aren't going to stop attacking us, and this time they've attacked from behind. We're certainly going to miss Yong, but luckily our remaining 4 party members are very powerful now, so they should be able to handle anything that this tower can throw at us. Being attacked from behind puts our magic users in the front row where they're at risk of taking heavy damage, so we'll have Rosa use the change command to switch the lines. Of course, it seems like it was unnecessary because we managed to finish the battle before she was able to switch them. Nice work. From here, we'll head up through door E, which will take us down to the 4th floor, and it should not take us very long to get to the bottom from here. We won't have to make any detours to pick up treasure, since we collected it all on the way up. So we're going to cross this bridge to the right, but first we've been attacked by an egg. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Did the egg just kind of roll out in front of us? But you may recall that whenever you fight an egg, that's just another monster. In this case it's a black lizard, but while it's an egg, it's in a passive state. Once you hit it, the egg will hatch and reveal the monster inside, although if you hit the egg hard enough, you can kill it without the monster hatching. Remember that the egg itself will never attack you, so if you don't want to bother with it, you can run away and you will not be attacked while you try to escape. Here we have 2 tortoise and a black Liz, and we also have the opportunity to strike first. All of these enemies are weak against ice magic, so if we have Rydia cast Ice 2 against all of them, we should be able to take out the 2 tortoise and deal heavy damage to the black Liz. From here, any melee attack should finish off the black Liz, so we'll have Cecil attack, and it looks like an aim shot from Rosa will be the one that finishes the battle here. And we'll take our experience points and continue our climb down. Rydia took a couple shots in that last battle, so we'll cure her, and then we'll continue across this bridge to the left. We're getting close to the next save point, but first we've been attacked by 2 tortoise and 2 black Liz, and we definitely know what to do against these guys, so I'm just going to speed through this battle. Use your ice magic, have everyone attack, and you should be able to easily defeat these monsters. Rosa gained a level this time and learned the Fast spell, which is one that we are definitely going to cast. As you may be able to guess from the name, Fast is a buff spell that you'll be able to cast in battle on a single character, and the character affected by Fast will get their turn much more quickly. Fast is very useful during boss fights to make sure that slower characters like Rosa here get their turn more often. Before we continue our descent down the tower, we should stop here in the save room where we can use a tent or a cabin, refill our HPs and MPs, and then we can take this opportunity to save the game. It's unlikely that the monsters here in the tower will wipe out our party, but we'll save the game just in case. Once you're all ready to go, head out through the door and we'll go through door C on the right. That will bring us down to the 3rd floor, where we'll need to head up and around on the left. It seems that we've encountered the 2 black Liz and the 2 tortoise again, So we're going to just speed through this battle one more time. Ice magic is good, ice weapons are also good. You should have no problem defeating those guys. From here, we want to make our way to door B, which is located in the center of the map. So we'll just head down and to the left, and that will bring us through to floor number 2, and we have another battle, this time with 2 flame dogs and a flame man. Would you believe that all of these monsters that have flame in their names are weak against ice magic? Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, but they are. So use Ice 2, use your ice weapons, and these monsters will easily be defeated. So we had Rydia use Ice 2 on one of the flame dogs. We'll have Cecil and Rosa take out the one at the top, and Kane's jump attack will easily eliminate the flame man in the back. We'll take our 1,290 experience points, and we'll continue down through this floor. Walk past this door, then make your way up. We just saw this fight with the Flame Squad, so you know what to do. Use your ice magic, use your ice weapons, quickly take these guys out, and then we can get back to what we were doing. We might need a little bit of cure magic after that, so we'll dial 1-800-ROSA, and we'll hit up Rydia with that curing spell. Then we'll continue up through door A, and that's going to bring us back to the first floor. We are so close. And looks like one more fight before we can get out of here. A tortoise and 2 dark imps. This is going to be easy. The tortoise is weak against ice, but the dark imps don't have any particular weaknesses, so let's hit them with some virus. That should wipe out all of these enemies. And there it is. Once those guys are defeated, we can make our way across the bridge and finally get out of this tower. But before we can finally get out of here, it seems that Golbez has one trap left. This is all for play, kids. Farewell. And with a sudden earthquake, the bridge starts to explode. Run, Cecil! Now, it seemed like we almost made it to the end of the bridge, and I don't remember there being a huge drop-off in front of the tower, but we're still happy that Sid somehow managed to catch us in an airship. How did he know that we were going to be falling at that exact instant? Well, I guess he's psychic or something. But our reunion with Sid is cut short. Suddenly we're being chased by one of the Red Wings. Now, I love when they show these chase sequences. It seems as though our airship is about to fly directly into a solid rock wall, but then it suddenly just fades out and we're totally fine. See? How did we survive there? We would have had to turn like 90 degrees. Can an airship even do that? Also, why aren't they shooting at us? We know that those airships have cannons. They should definitely be trying to blast us out of the sky. It's right at about this point that Sid decides to do something stupid. He's going to try to close the hole to the underground with a bomb. Sid, are you insane? The hole that leads to the underground is like the size of a mountain range. What are you planning to blow it up with? But there's no stopping him. After telling Rydia to be good and reminding us to return to Baron, Sid jumps out of the airship. As he falls, he yells out to Golbez, but there's no way Golbez can hear him. And then, Sid exploded. Yeah, I don't think there's a very good chance he's going to be coming back from that. But at least it wasn't for nothing. The explosion managed to seal off the underground. That crazy old fool did it. Back on the airship, we were still trying to process what had just happened. Kane yells out, it's too dangerous. But yeah, that's probably something you should have said to Sid before he jumped off the airship. John Popper once said, "The hook brings you back," and that's exactly why we need to return to Baron. We'll land the airship right in front of the castle and make our way inside. Now that we only have 4 characters instead of the usual 5, it'll be much more comfortable sleeping in Cecil's tiny bed. So we'll get a good rest, and then we'll get down to business. Once everyone is well rested, we'll make our way to the bottom of the left tower. The reason Sid sent us here is so that we can meet with his assistants. You may remember them from previous visits to the castle. They're the 2 guys in the lower right corner. So we'll need to take this stairway downward past where we fought Bagan, and we'll just cut right across the main hallway here, and we'll take this stairway on the right side. This will lead us past the treasure room and out into the courtyard where the 2 assistants are taking a break. As soon as we talk to one of them, they'll insist on attaching a hook to the Enterprise, and we'll need them to do this so that we can pick up our hovercraft and move it to a new location. Should we tell these guys that Sid exploded? I think they're going to take it pretty hard. The twins seem to be working very hard to upgrade the Enterprise. I thought they were just attaching a hook to the bottom, but they also seem to be upgrading the cannons and the steering wheel? Alright, I mean, do whatever you guys gotta do. Just make sure this thing can pick up that hovercraft. Once the upgrades are complete, we are told that all we need to do to hook the hovercraft is fly over it and press A. Sid's assistants also explain our next quest. We need to go to a place called the Cave of Eblana, and we'll be able to use it to sneak back into the Tower of Bab-il. So if you thought we were done in the Tower of Bab-il, you were sorely mistaken. We're going to have to get back in there. So we'll fly over near Mount Hobbs where we can find our hovercraft. We'll pick it up with the hook, and then we'll fly straight down here towards the ruins of Eblana, and that's where we're going to drop off the hovercraft. You'll notice that there are a bunch of shoals down here, and we'll be able to use the hovercraft to float right over them. At the end, we'll find that mysterious cave. Let's head inside. Once we get in there, we'll find a hidden passage on the right where we'll get 2 treasure chests. One of them contains a shuriken, which is a weapon that we can never equip. That does not mean that it's useless, so we'll just hold on to it for now. Here we have our first battle of the cave. 2 Ironbacks and 2 Black Liz. We've seen Black Liz enemies before, so we know that they're weak against ice magic, and we know that they're just weak in general. The Ironbacks are new. You may be surprised to find out that those guys only have 100 hit points, so they are extremely easy to defeat. We transformed one of them into a pig, which doesn't actually do anything. We just don't want to waste any magic points for this very easy battle. So we can have Rydia parry. Cecil will easily defeat the final Black Liz. And it looks like Rydia gained a level, so let's take a look at her status. That should bring her up to level 30. Nice. So she has 39 wisdom right now and 40 willpower, which she's not going to get a whole lot of use out of. It's the wisdom that's mostly important to Rydia. We'll have Rosa heal up the party, and if that previous battle was any indication of the general difficulty of this cave, this is going to be an easy one. Here we have 4 skulls. We've seen skulls before protecting treasure, but now they're just a random encounter. Whenever a skull gets its turn, it's going to attack, unless there's only one skull left. In that case, it will use Lit 2 instead. The skulls are undead, so they're weak against Fire and Holy. If you have Rydia cast Fire 2 against all of them, there's a good chance that they may all die. Any skulls that are remaining after Rydia casts Fire 2 should be easy to finish off, and it looks like Rydia became cursed with that previous attack, but that's not a very big deal. A character that's cursed will take more damage when struck, but it goes away as soon as the battle is over, so that's not a status ailment that you need to worry about healing. And here we have a Stale Man and 2 skulls. The Stale Man is weak against ice, and it has 2100 hit points, but it's in the back line, so if Cecil attacks it while the skulls are still alive, he'll deal less damage. Kane's jump attack is considered a ranged attack, so it's not constrained in the same way. You can use jump to attack enemies in the back line with no penalty. Rosa got cursed, but the skulls are weak against fire magic, so as soon as Rydia casts Fire 2, the remaining 2 enemies will easily be cleared. Kane and Cecil both gained levels there, so let's take a look at their status. Kane has very impressive stats with 32 strength and 28 vitality, and Cecil has a whopping 38 strength. So yeah, these guys hit hard. Once we go through this door, we'll emerge in an underground village. This is the remains of the kingdom of Eblana. So we can visit the item shop here, which is a pretty nice item shop. Everything you could possibly want is there. And here at the inn, 700 gold pieces per night. That seems pretty steep, but we are in a cave right now, and there's not a save point nearby, so it's not a terrible idea. Something terrible must have happened to these people to force them underground. I'm going to guess that it was something Golbez related. Outside of this door, the guards tell us that this is their home now, and inside, we find a weapon and armor shop. Now, we have a lot of junk in our inventory, and we're about to head back into the Tower of Bab-il, but we're going to be in a different part of the tower, so there's going to be all new treasures for us to pick up. We should probably get rid of any items that we don't need right now. We may have lost Yong forever, but don't get rid of your very best claws just yet. We may find a use for them after all. Here at the armor shop, we can purchase the Black Robe. It adds +5 to wisdom and is something that Rydia can equip, so we'll definitely want to pick up one of those. Compared to the armor shop, the weapon store has a lot more options, but none of them are as exciting as the Black Robe. There's the Power Staff, which adds a lot of strength, but that's not what we want to do with our magic users. And there's also the Boomerang, which is an interesting item that we can't currently equip. We would be able to equip it on the next character that we get, but for now, we're not going to purchase anything, and we'll head over here to the left side. Outside of this door, we learn that food is running short. That cannot be good. Inside, we can pick up a few cure potions, and we can learn a bit more about the plight of these people. Inside, it's just more and more bad news. It seems that the king and queen have been kidnapped, and the prince is trying to tunnel into the Tower of Bab-il like some kind of Final Fantasy El Chapo. There are children running all over the place, a pregnant woman, and in the midst of it all, it's our good friend Humingway, providing an invaluable service to the people of the town that want to change their name. What a hero. Not right now, Humingway, but I'm glad that you're here fighting the good fight. And once we're done in this room, we can head outside, where we can make our way to this door that leads deeper into the cave. This area that's sort of like a town is safe, but as soon as we go through this door, the random monster encounters will be turned back on. So we're going to make our way up across these ladders, and we'll find a tent. Cool, I guess. And we can head down here, where we'll be able to pick up another chest. This one contains a cure too. The path to the tower is through the door labeled E in the upper right corner, but to get there, we'll need to zigzag up and down through these two rooms. So we'll head up through the doorway labeled C, and we'll open this chest that contains a valuable Cure 3 potion. Well, I said the random encounters were back on, and we've been surprised by an ironback, an armadillo, and a black Liz. Luckily, none of these enemies are extremely dangerous. The biggest threat out there is the black Liz, and we've faced many of those at this point. This is a fairly easy encounter, so we'll just have Rydia parry. We're not going to use any magic. Kane can jump on the Black Liz, which is weak against ice, and he's wielding the Blizzard Spear, which is going to deal a ton of damage when he lands. And once those enemies are taken care of, we'll continue through this hidden passage, where we can find another shuriken. Once you've collected the chest, we'll head down here, where we'll find out that the prince is going after someone named Rubicant, and that's a name that we've heard before, right before we faced Dr. Lugay. Here we have 3 giant bats and 3 cave bats. Of the two, the giant bats are the more dangerous ones. Giant bats are weak against fire magic, while cave bats are weak against holy, but they're all very vulnerable to the virus spell, which Rydia can quite quickly cast on all of them. So virus will wreck the cave bats, and it's going to start damaging the giant bats over time. If this battle lasts a bit longer, those giant bats will just run out of HP. But we won't give them the chance to. Cecil will finish off the last bat with a slash from his sword. And it seems that we found an item, a Cure 1. Well, I guess we'll take it. Rosa can cure the party, so we'll use a bit of Cure 1 magic, and then we'll continue collecting our treasure chests. Before we collect that chest at the bottom, we'll head through this hidden passage, where we can find a pair of elixirs. We just saw this battle with the bats, so we know what to do. Use the virus spell, that'll clear out the cave bats, and the giant bats will go down shortly afterwards. Now we'll pick up that second elixir. Don't forget to get both of those. Those are going to be very useful items, especially towards the end of the game. And then we'll collect a Cure 2 as we head down this way. It seems that the prince is a bit of a hothead, and here we have 3 skulls to fight. We've faced 4 skulls before, so 3 is going to be easier. That's just how math works. And we're going to have Rydia parry so that we can save some magic points. If we wanted to, we could have her cast Fire 2 against all 3 of these enemies, which would probably wipe them out, but we should be able to easily defeat these guys with a few melee attacks. Cecil can attack this guy, we'll have Kane use his jump, although with the remaining hit points that this skull has, he probably could have just attacked. You'll see that when there's only 1 skull enemy left, he'll start using the lightning, but it's not that bad. He just doesn't have a lot of magic power to back it up. Down at the bottom, we'll be able to pick up some gold over here on the left, and over on the right there's some more gold, as well as a couple of life potions. But first we have the 3 skulls again, so let's try a slightly less conservative approach this time, and we'll have Rydia use her Fire 2 magic against all of them. So let's see how that works out. We can have Rosa aim her arrows. Kain landed a jump, taking out the skull in the back line. Rosa put some damage on that skull at the top, so it should be very easy for Rydia to finish the battle now. And here's the fire too, dealing enough damage to kill both skulls twice over. With those undead abominations out of the way, we'll head back over here to the right side where we can grab those life potions, and then we'll continue up towards the doorway labeled E. Once again, we have the Ironbacks and the Black Liz, so we'll just speed through this battle. We're not going to waste any magic points fighting these very easy enemies, so we'll just quickly take them out. And it seems that Rosa gained a level this time. So let's take a look at her status. Rosa is a white wizard, so willpower is very important to her, and 51 is one of the highest stats that we've seen on anybody in any category. That 51 willpower enhances Rosa's white magic abilities, making her just an incredible healer. And it seems that we've been attacked by the 3 skulls again. These guys just won't leave us alone. We'll use the conservative strategy and conserve our magic points, and we'll be able to easily pick them off with our melee attacks. If we're going to continue using Rosa with a bow and arrows, perhaps we should equip some fire arrows to take out all of these undead enemies we've been fighting against. There have been ones that were weak against ice too, so I suppose it's a fair choice, but we'll switch over to fire for now. And once we pass through door E, we'll be in the final section of the cave. Before we move on, we'll have the opportunity to save the game here, but we're not going to use a tent or a cabin just yet. There's a treasure chest over here that's protected by monsters, so we'll fight these 2 stale men before we use our tent. The stale men are weak against ice, which means that they don't stand much of a chance against Cecil's Ice Brand or Kain's Blizzard Spear. We just equipped Rosa with fire arrows, which are suboptimal here, but Rydia should be able to easily finish this battle with her Ice 2 spell. As soon as it resolves, there it goes. And that will do it. We've defeated the 2 stale men enemies, and we'll be able to find the Drain Sword. The Drain Sword, like the Drain Spear, is another weapon that looks powerful, but it's not actually very good. It reduces all of your stats by 5, which is better than reducing them all by 10 like the Drain Spear did, but we still don't want to reduce them all by 5 either. We also don't want to be using this weapon against undead enemies, where it will backfire and actually deal damage to the character that's attacking. So we're not going to use the Drain Sword. We'll just leave it in our inventory, and perhaps we'll sell it later. From here, we're going to continue towards the exit, and as soon as we go around this next corner, we'll be able to overhear a conversation between Rubicant and Prince Edge. It seems that Rubicant is Golbez's final fiend, the Fiend of Fire, and Edge is the next character that we're going to add to our party. We'll watch them fight, but we won't be able to control this part. We would never use Edge's fire magic against Rubicant, especially not while the cloak is closed. What were you thinking? Casting fire magic against Rubicant will make him open the cloak, but it will also cause him to counter with the glare spell, which is his most powerful attack. Yeah, it was a bad idea, Edge. Edge is defeated, but Rubicant appreciates a good fight and spares his life. With a flash, he disappears through the exit. Edge cries out for Rubicant to wait and then collapses. He says, "How could I lose? I might have a few notes for you, Edge. There's a couple things that you probably did wrong there. Edge may be a spoiled prince, but he's also trained as a ninja. He wants to go after Rubicant on his own, but Rydia puts her foot down. Tella, Yang, and even Sid, we lost them all. All. I mean, yeah, and that's just who we lost lately. What about Anna? And the King of Baron? How about Palom and Porum? Yeah, it's been a rough couple of days. Always the ladies' man, Edge can't resist Rydia. So he comes around on working together. Wow. Thanks, buddy. After Rosa administers a Cure 2 to heal Edge's wounds, he hits on her as well. Edge, if you're going to join this party, we might have to talk about a couple things. And with that, Ninja Edge officially joins. Edge may not have looked very impressive in that duel against Rubicant, but he's going to be a very exciting addition to our party. With 30 strength at level 25, he's a powerful melee attacker, so make sure to put him in the front line. Edge can dual wield weapons, cast ninja magic, steal items from enemies, and he can even turn weapons into single-use projectiles. This guy is great. Edge will take us through the wall into the Tower of Bab-il, and we'll be able to begin our climb. But first, we've encountered 2 black cats. Black cats are like an upgraded version of the panther enemies that we've faced before, but these cats are not shy about using bluster against our party, which can kill a party member or paralyze them. So that is a very scary attack. Of course, there were only 2 of them, and they only had 593 hit points each, so we were able to quickly clear them out. We've been in the Tower of Bab-il before, but this is the upper section, so this is all new to us. Many of the enemies are also new, and these balloons are like upgraded versions of the bomb enemies we've faced before. The big difference with these guys, though, is they have the possibility to drop the bomb summon item, which will teach a new call spell to Rydia. It's a very rare item drop, but it is possible to pick it up from these guys, so you'll want to try to fight them anytime you see them. They're also not very difficult to defeat. Just like any other enemies in the bomb family, these guys will explode if you take too long to kill them, so just make sure to eliminate them quickly and they won't pose a major threat. Rosa can cure anyone that took damage, and we'll continue our way around the first floor of this upper section. And we'll just weave our way around the path. We're trying to make our way towards the doorway that's labeled A, and here we have 4 balloons this time, which is 1 more than we faced previously. Something interesting that you might not know about balloon enemies is that ice magic triggers them to explode. They're not weak against ice, so it deals normal damage to them, but ice magic will trigger their explosion routine, which is good and bad, although I would say it's mostly bad. So you'll see this one's going to explode now, and it's going to deal a lot of damage to one of our characters. We did hit all of the balloons with the ice magic, only one of them countered with the explode, so that's the way that works. But it is an interesting interaction. We'll definitely need Rosa's help after that battle where one of the enemies exploded. So we'll cure Rydia, and we'll also cure Rosa, and then we'll continue towards the doorway labeled A. Once we get there though, if we want to walk past the door, there is another chest hidden in this corner. This one contains a Cure 3, so it's probably worth picking up, and on our way back towards the door, we were attacked once again by the 2 black cats. We know the blusters are coming, so brace yourself for impact. Cecil was able to take one of them out in a single shot, and Kain should easily defeat the last one as soon as he lands that jump. But there's a bluster, and it did not kill Cecil, but it did paralyze him. And that will be it for the second Black Cat. So a pretty good battle for us. I don't think it dealt any damage. And Rydia learned Psych. So that's very good. She'll be able to use Psych to steal magic points from enemies, just as Tello was able to before. As we head down towards the door, we've been attacked by 2 Mad Ogres. We faced Mad Ogres before. They have a lot of hit points, a strong attack, and very high magic defense, so spells are not going to be extremely useful here. Instead, we're going to have all of our melee attackers gang up on the ogre in the front line. With their combined attacks, we should be able to quickly remove the first Mad Ogre, and when there's only one left, he won't pose as big of a threat. So with one Mad Ogre remaining, we'll just have everyone fight again except for Kain, who can jump, and Rydia, who will parry, and we should be able to win this battle with no problems. Kain can put in a jump, but I'm not even sure he's going to have time to finish that attack, because our other characters will be able to get in a few hits first. Here's one from Cecil, and that's going to do it. The 2 Mad Ogres are defeated, and Cecil gained a level. Excellent. We'll have Rosa administer some Cure 1s. That'll bring our characters back up to high HP. And then we can continue trying to get into this door. And it seems like we've encountered a lot of monsters over here on the right side. And here's another one. This one is an egg, and we have the opportunity to strike first, which is not very useful against an egg because it wasn't going to fight back anyway. Most eggs that you encounter on this floor will contain a Lamia, and we hit that one so hard that it didn't even spawn the Lamia. Occasionally though, the egg will contain a green dragon, which is a much more powerful enemy. And that brings us up here to the second floor. On this one, we'll have the opportunity to find a treasure chest if we go across that bridge in the middle. Here we have a very dangerous combination, a Mad Ogre and 2 Black Cats. Anytime a Black Cat takes damage and doesn't die, it's going to counter with the Bluster spell. So when Rosa hits that Black Cat with aim, it counters with Bluster, and well, that ended in disaster because Rosa died. So you should be very careful about what kind of magic or attack you're using against these Black Cats. Try to only use attacks that are going to be lethal. Now I just wanted to demonstrate how the counterattack worked, but Rosa should probably use her aim attack on the Mad Ogre instead. Mad Ogres don't counterattack at all. We'll have someone use a life potion on Rosa, bringing her back into the fray, and then we'll finish off this Mad Ogre. Each character gains about 1600 experience for that battle, and Kain gained a level, so let's take a look at his status. Still has 33 strength, but now has 26 agility and 29 vitality, and we're certainly going to have to cure Rosa. She was barely alive at the end of that battle. We should probably also cure Cecil, so we'll hit him with a Cure 1, and then we'll continue across this bridge. But we only got about halfway before we were attacked by a Sorcerer and 2 Blade Men. The Blade Man enemies are counterattackers. If you use magic against them, they'll put up a wall, and if you hit them with physical attacks, they'll counter with virus. So they are quite dangerous. As you might expect, when the Sorcerer is the only enemy left, if it gets its turn, it may summon in another monster. You might think it would summon a Blade Man, but this Sorcerer will definitely summon a Black Cat if it gets the opportunity. Hopefully we'll be able to kill it before it gets the chance, It already took one turn while it was alone. I don't think it will take a second without calling something. Well, we managed to kill it before it summoned a black cat, and Edge gained a level. We also found a cabin. Awesome. Edge also took a serious beating in that last fight, so we're going to cure him first, and then we can take a look at his status. We need to make sure that the party has high levels of HP, because whenever we open that next chest, we're going to have to fight some dangerous enemies. So Edge already has 31 strength. He's very powerful for a level 26 character. And here are those monsters. 4 mad ogres. It's going to sound obvious, but if you want to know how to defeat 4 mad ogres, the simple answer is, you fight them one at a time. You should have Rosa use slow on all of them so that they won't get their turn as often. That will definitely help. And then we can focus all of our attacks on the mad ogre in the front so we can quickly get rid of one of them. The mad ogres have very high magic defense, so Rydia can just parry, and if the ogres happen to attack her while she's parrying, they'll be lucky to deal more than 1 damage. After casting slow for the second time against these monsters, Rosa can pick up her role as a healer, and she should restore the HP of any character that has low health right now. So we may want to cure Edge. It looks like he's getting pretty low. And Rydia is doing quite well parrying, although she just took 28 damage there, but that's still not a whole lot. Kain killed a second mad ogre, so we're making progress. With only 2 mad ogres left, this fight has become a lot more manageable. The remaining ogres are also extremely slow. I'll be surprised if they get 3 more attacks before this battle has ended. So that's 1 for the ogres. And we should be able to kill that front ogre very soon. Cecil may be able to do it right here. Yep, 1 ogre left. With Kain in the air, it's not going to take too much more to finish this guy. 365 from Edge. Would like a little bit more from him, but he's doing his best. And we'll continue to use Rosa to cure him. Oh, I guess we won't because, well, yeah, he's dead. Well, we finished off the last ogre, so at least we won the battle, and we can collect our reward, the Ogre Axe. The Ogre Axe adds plus 80 to your attack, so yeah, that's pretty good, and it's also especially effective against giant-type enemies. In the original Final Fantasy, there was a bug so that weapons that were supposed to be especially effective against certain monster types just didn't work, but they do work in this one, so if you wield that Ogre Axe against some mad ogres, you will deal some serious damage. Once you have the axe, make your way back across the bridge and continue to the left. The path continues around the perimeter of the chamber and will take you towards the door labeled B. And here we have the mad ogre and the 2 black cats again, but this time we have the opportunity to strike first. The black cats will counter any damage dealt to them with the bluster attack, so any tier 2 magic that Rydia casts against them will be able to defeat a single black cat. I wanted to point out that if you use Kain's Blizzard Spear as an item, you can also cast the spell of Ice too, but it's not the same when he does it. Whenever you use an item to cast a spell for free, it does not get the bonus associated with the character's wisdom, so it's always going to be way more powerful when Rydia is casting a spell using magic points versus a character that's using an item to cast it for free. For the most part, Kain should stick to using his jump attack. And when Cecil attacks the mad ogre with that Ogre Axe, He deals over 2,000 damage, so that clearly demonstrates the power of that weapon. The Ogre Axe is certainly not the only weapon that we're going to find that's especially effective against a certain enemy type, and many of the bosses actually are common monster types, so we should hang on to any of those types of weapons that we find. Over here on the right, we can find 2,000 gold pieces, and then we can head through door C, which will bring us up to the 4th floor. The first thing that we want to do on this floor is head to the center, where we'll find a chest that contains the middle katana. This weapon is a great upgrade for Edge, so we'll immediately equip it to his right hand. Now, you could leave the short katana in his left hand, but I like to equip the cat claw that Yong used to use. This is going to increase Edge's strength and agility, which will make him much faster in combat, and it will make him get his turn more often. Here we have 3 of those balloon enemies, and a new one called a Grudger. A Grudger is not a very exciting enemy, it's weak against holy magic, and it doesn't do anything special. It only fights when it gets its turn, and it doesn't do any counterattacks. So the Grudger is not really a priority target. We want to get rid of the balloons before they can explode, so we probably want to finish those off first, and then we can do whatever we have to do to kill the Grudger. We'll just have everyone attack, and I don't think we'll have a big problem. A shot from Rosa's arrows finishes the job, and we'll take our 1,980 experience points, and with it, Rosa gains a level and learns Float. Float is an extremely important spell that we're going to need later to protect us from deadly terrain, and here we have another one of those egg enemies. This one could contain either a Lamia or a green dragon. It's more likely that it contains the Lamia, and that is what was inside this time. That is, of course, the less dangerous of the 2 options. The green dragon is much more powerful. A couple strikes will finish off the Lamia, and we'll easily win this battle. So eggs are not much of a concern, but you do have to watch out for that dragon. Back down here on the 3rd floor, we encounter 3 mad ogres, and now that Cecil is equipped with the Ogre Axe, these guys are going to be much easier. Every time Cecil attacks, we can be pretty confident that the attack's going to be lethal. So we can have our ranged attackers target the ogre in the middle. As soon as Cecil attacks the ogre in the front, it's going to die. And hopefully between Cain, Edge, and Rosa, we can take out the mad ogre in the center, and then Cecil can finish the job by attacking the one in the back. So Cecil will get his turn again, and as soon as he swings, this battle is over. 2,592 damage. That is far more than we needed to deal. As usual, our frontline characters got a little banged up, so we'll have Rosa take care of Edge and Cecil. She has plenty of MP to work with, 265 max, and at only 3 magic points per casting of Cure 1, we can cure a whole lot of times. Here we have 2 black cats and 2 mad ogres, and we also have the luxury of being able to strike first. We'll have Rydia cast one of her tier 2 elemental spells on a single black cat, and then we'll have Rosa and Edge focus on the other black cat. Hopefully we won't get blustered whenever Rosa attacks. We want to make sure that Cecil is attacking mad ogres because he has the Ogre Axe, and he is especially well equipped to fight them. He took out 1 mad ogre, and whenever he attacks the second mad ogre, we're going to win this battle, although maybe Cain, Edge, and Rosa can get it done first. Edge gets his turn very often now that he has the cat claw equipped, so you'll notice that he gets to attack a few more times than our other characters do in a long battle. And with that, Cecil strikes the final Mad Ogre, and the battle is complete. We'll pick up a Cure 2 for our efforts, and then we'll have Rosa cure our frontline characters. Feel free to go a little bit nuts with the magic right now. We are very close to a save room, and we'll have the opportunity to use a tent or a cabin right now. At this point in the game, if you're still using tents and not cabins, you want to kind of check and make sure that you restored all of your magic points, or at least most of them, before you move on. You'll see that Rosa is up to 243 magic points, which I'm going to consider acceptable, but if you're not close to the max, you may just need to use a second tent. Door F will bring us up to the 5th floor, and this is the top. We are very close to the boss now. But first, we have to face 3 Blade Men. Remember, the Blade Men counterattack non-lethal physical attacks with the Virus spell, and they counterattack magic by putting up walls. So if you're going to use magic against these guys, make sure it's a good one, because they're going to be walled up after the first spell. Cecil should be able to finish off at least one of these guys, and I think Edge should be able to take another. Once Cain lands, I think this battle will be done. And there goes Edge, eliminating the middle Blade Man. The one in the back takes a pot shot at Cecil, but Cain easily wins the fight, dealing plenty of damage to the final enemy. Before we head towards the door in the middle where we'll fight the boss, there's a treasure chest over here on the left side that contains 82,000 gold pieces. I mean, that is a ton of money. Don't miss out on that chunk of change before you head up here. Now, we're about to fight a couple of bosses. The first set of bosses is actually very easy. Just make sure that your characters aren't like dying before the battle begins. That's probably the only way you can lose. As soon as we approach the door, in a flash, the King and Queen of Eblana appear. At first, everything seems normal, but then the Queen says, "Edge, come to the Dark World." Yeah, that is far from normal. The King says, "I will bring you all down to the Hades," which sounds super weird, but I guess I've never been to the Hades. Maybe that's just the way everyone says it. If you haven't figured it out by now, this is a story battle. You won't get very far attacking these guys. They have way too many hit points. Instead, you just want to have everyone parry and make sure you don't get killed by the King and Queen's fire magic. The fire magic will actually damage you, so you do need to make sure that you don't have very low HP going into this battle. As long as you have a decent number of hit points though, you should be totally fine. Just keep parrying. After a short while, the bosses will come to their senses. It seems that Dr. Luge has done some sick experiments on them and turned them into some kind of twisted chimeras. That's really messed up. I'm kinda happy we killed that guy. When you see the message, "It's me, Edge," you'll know that the battle is about to end. Suddenly, everything becomes dark, and the bosses became conscious. Edge had worked so hard to try to rescue his parents, but in the end, they couldn't be saved. They weren't human anymore, and they wouldn't survive for much longer. It didn't seem like much right now, but as Edge sat there flabbergasted, staring at the twisted monsters that were once his parents, at least this final meeting would give him a chance at some closure. I'm sure the king has seen himself in the mirror and knows that he looks like Beast from the X-Men wearing hammer pants. So he says, before we lose our minds, we must go. Take care, Edge. Edge pleads with him to stay. But that's it. With those final words, the king fades away. I appreciate that the queen, who looks like a giant pink pipe cleaner, still continues to wear her crown. She says goodbye before she too fades away. The king and queen of Eblana may be gone, but we can't stop now. We have another boss to fight. The Fiend of Fire, Rubicant. Now you've got to appreciate that the first thing Rubicant does is apologize for what happened to Edge's parents. It's not every day that the guy in charge takes responsibility like that. But Edge isn't ready to accept any apologies. He's seething with anger, and Edge is dark side, so anger makes him stronger. The rage drew out his hidden powers, and we acquire the spells of Flood and Blitz. We will certainly be happy to have the Flood spell for this next fight. Before we actually challenge Rubicant, we'll have one more opportunity to change our equipment, so we may want to put on the Ice brand again because we're about to be facing a Fire Fiend. But don't worry about healing your characters. Rubicant will take care of that himself. What a nice guy. Rubicant starts out the fight by opening his cloak. While the cloak is open, he's weak against ice magic, and that includes Edge's Flood spell, which functions like a high-level ice spell. Rubicant's first attack will be the Glare spell, which is his most powerful attack, and there's a good chance that it will kill a member of your party. Now, if one of your party members dies, don't panic. There's an easy way to revive them. We'll have Rydia cast Fire 1 against Rubicant. This seems a little bit insane, but if at least one of your characters is dead when you use fire magic against Rubicant, he will counter by using life on the party. So that is super friendly. Make sure that you do not cast fire magic against Rubicant whenever your entire party is alive and able, because in that case he'll counter with the Glare spell, and that is certainly not something that you want to happen. Anytime you attack Rubicant with a physical attack, he will counter by casting Fire 2 on the entire party, so be prepared for that, and if your HPs ever get very low, you may want to stop attacking for a moment while you heal up. We lost Rosa again, but we know what to do. All we need to do is have Rydia cast Fire 1 on Rubicant, and he'll take care of bringing her back to life for us. We can even have Cecil wait to cast Cure 2 after he revives Rosa. So there's the life spell, and then we can cure Rosa. I have seen the life spell miss one of our characters, so that is possible, but most of the time it's going to work. When the cloak is closed, you can still use physical attacks, but don't use magic. If you use magic, Rubicant will absorb it, and he'll gain hit points back, even if you use ice magic. And with that last jump attack, Rubicant is defeated. He's not that difficult of a boss if you know about the life trick. Rubicant is also worth a ton of experience points, so Rydia, Cecil, and Edge all leveled up. Nice. Wow, we did it. We defeated the fourth and final fiend. Farewell, Rubicant, and well met. With a flash, Rubicant is gone, and Edge's parents are avenged. It's just at this time that Chamberlain shows up with a small detachment of soldiers. Good timing, buddy. The battle's over. Surprisingly, Edge doesn't take credit for defeating the boss. He says that it was a team effort. Wow, I guess this guy got media training at some point. Completely unprompted, Edge asks, "Who's Golbez?" And Kain reminds us that he's trying to gather the crystals so he can get to the moon. Edge finally asks the question that we've all been wondering. Why the moon? Well, for power, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's not an answer that's very satisfying, Kain. Can you tell us a little bit more than for power? Is Golbez planning to do something that will disrupt the flow of the tides? Or maybe he plans to crash the moon into the earth, causing some sort of extinction level event? I mean, give us something here, Kain. In any case, Edge decides to remain in our party and join our fight against Golbez. To that end, I think the crystals might be in the room directly in front of us. We should probably go grab those. Where is Admiral Akbar when you need him? That's right. It's a trap. That's right, friends. The Tower of Bab-il continues. You may recall from the first time we climbed this monstrosity that there were a few areas that we were unable to access. And there were treasure chests and doorways and all sorts of things in those areas. So if you were paying attention, you must have assumed it would have to come back here later. Well, now is the time, and in this part we're going to be able to pick up a few items, but none of them are too exciting, so if you want to skip the treasure chests here, feel free. After picking up the poison arrows, we're going to make our way towards door J, and although we have been to this floor previously, there are different monsters on this side of the wall. We are well acquainted with the Black Cats by now, and we know that anytime they take non-lethal damage, they counter with the Bluster spell. The Sorcerer we're also familiar with, but this time, if the Sorcerer is the only remaining enemy on the battlefield, it will summon a Queen Lamia, which is a stronger enemy than it would have summoned previously. Wow, Cecil just took a bad bluster and died. Usually he just gets paralyzed when he's hit with a bluster, but he can be killed, so you do need to be aware of that. And Edge made the Sorcerer fall asleep because he's equipped with the Cat Claw, so that's an additional bonus that the Cat Claw provides. Now that the Sorcerer is asleep, we can take our foot off the gas a little bit and cast a life spell on Cecil, and we can also have Rydia cast Psych on the Sorcerer to steal some magic points. We might as well. We'll set up a jump with Kain, which will get us the kill assuming he doesn't miss, and we can throw a cure spell at Cecil just to be extra safe. And there goes that jump. As soon as the jump lands, I think that's going to end the battle, and it does. And we did not have to worry about the Sorcerer summoning anything. Kain gained a level, so that's also good, and we'll have Rosa cure the party. Once all of our wounds are patched up, we're going to continue heading towards door J. And one more should do it. Everybody looks good. Let's keep on walking. And we've hit another battle. This time it's an enemy variety pack featuring a Black Cat, a Blade Man, and a new enemy, a Q Lamia. Of course we know that the Black Cats counter with Bluster, and the Blade Men counter with Wall when you use magic against them, or Virus when you use physical attacks. The Q Lamia is another enemy that does counterattacks. Whenever you do a physical attack against a Q Lamia, it will counterattack with a physical attack of its own. And whenever you use magic against a Q Lamia, it'll counterattack with the Charm spell. So you need to be very careful about using magic against a Q Lamia. Your best bet is to hit it with a very powerful single attack like Kain's Jump, which can take it out in a single hit. So there won't be any counterattacks in that case. We are getting very close to the exit here on the 7th floor, so just make your way to the top. And now we have to face a Q Lamia, 2 Black Cats, and an egg. So it's kind of interesting that there's a random egg thrown into the mix here. Whenever you see an egg mixed in with other enemies like this, you want to avoid the egg until you get rid of the other enemies. The egg is not going to attack you, and if you wipe out the other enemies first, you can take out the egg individually. The biggest challenge with an egg in the mix with monsters is if you use a spell that hits all of the enemies on the battlefield, that would likely hatch the egg prematurely. This egg definitely contains a Lamia enemy, and we know that because when you see this exact configuration of monsters, it always contains a Lamia. So if you're wondering what might be inside the egg, just take a look at the monster information over on the left side of the screen. That can help you out. Lamias have a little bit more HP than their Q Lamia counterparts, but they're actually much weaker. They have a lower attack and lower magic defense, so they're a lot easier to defeat. After a few quick cure ones from Rosa, we'll be back in business, and we'll be able to keep moving towards the door labeled K on the map. And that will bring us down to floor 6, and that's where the exit is. So we just need to get up here, pop through the door, and here it is, the 6th floor, and the exit is going to be down and to the left. But if you must, there is a treasure chest over on the right side that contains a Cure 2 potion. So if you really want that, we could pick it up first. Here we have 2 Grudgers and 2 Blade Men. These enemy types are both weak against Holy, but Rydia is more into black magic, so she doesn't really do holy spells, and Rosa doesn't know the spell of white yet, so if we want to take advantage of these enemy weaknesses, we're probably going to need to equip Cecil with one of his paladin-specific weapons, like the Legend Sword. Now, I don't feel like changing weapons just to fight these enemies. These guys aren't too tough. So we're going to hit them all with a big spell, and you can see the virus spell actually worked really well here because the damage over time effect killed off the Blade Man in the front right. Grudgers are fast and they can hit fairly hard, but their battle strategy is fairly one-dimensional. So when there's only a single Grudger left, we should be able to easily win this battle. So just attack, 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 and this guy will go down quite quickly. And after gaining over 2,000 experience points for that fight, both Rosa and Edge gained a level. So let's take a look at their status. Edge has 38 strength and 30 agility right now. Some of that is the cat claw, but I mean, wow, very powerful. And Rosa's up to 53 willpower, which will make these cure spells very effective. Once we have everyone cured, we're going to pick up that Cure 2 potion that we already started walking towards. Couple more cures should do it. And here is that treasure chest. So if you don't really care about a Cure 2 potion, don't worry about it, because the exit is over here on the left. But first, we have to face a Blade Man, a Grudger, and 2 Black Cats. Very interesting enemy variety pack. To start it out, we're going to have Rydia cast Virus against a single Black Cat so that it won't be able to retaliate, and we won't get blustered. Now we're going to take a few risks with this other Black Cat and have Rosa hit it with aim, so we will take 1 bluster from that, and oh, it was a costly one. We lost Rosa, but Edge should be able to defeat the Black Cat with the second hit. Kane landed hard on that Grudger, but it didn't die, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But it worked out because Edge was able to get in there and hit his secondary target, the Grudger. 1 more virus against this Blade Man is a bit of overkill, but should easily win the fight. And now, I think we're going to be able to get out of here, but just in case, we should bring Rosa back and cure the team. You never know when you may take a single step or maybe 2 or 3 steps and just hit another random encounter. It happens often in this game. So let's keep walking towards the door, and yes, we made it. Inside that small room is a hangar that contains an airship. Awesome! Rydia doesn't feel good about stealing the airship, but come on Rydia, this thing belongs to the bad guys. We are liberating this ship. Rosa suspects that this may be a trap, and after the pitfall in the crystal room, the crushing walls in Barren Castle, the self-destruct mechanism in the Tower of Zot, I think she has a point. And when the whole thing starts shaking, it's confirmed. This ship is about to blow up. No, wait, maybe it's not exploding. I guess we just had to dig through the ground to get out of there. Makes total sense. Unfortunately, this airship can't fly over lava, so we're very limited in where we can go. Before we move on though, I want to talk about the steal glitch. When Edge uses Sneak to steal an item that can be equipped in the hands, if another character has their turn as he steals the item, they can go into the item menu and immediately equip the stolen item. This will allow characters to equip items that they normally would not be able to equip. So Rosa just equipped a silver shield, and Rosa normally would not be able to equip shields at all. This shield won't actually take effect until you open up the equip menu and look at it, but now you can see Rosa does have a silver shield. We're not going to use that trick in our run here, but I did want to show you that it's possible. Using that trick, any character can equip any item that Edge can steal that can be equipped on a hand. While we're here in the Dwarven Castle, we can visit our good friend the Chonky Chocobo. Many hours ago, I let the big Chocobo hold on to the tiara that we found in Mist, and that's the best helmet that Rydia could be wearing at this point in the game, so we should have probably picked it up and have been wearing it all along, but better late than never. So let's take a look at Rydia's status without the tiara. You can see she has 40 wisdom, and whenever she equips it, it's going to bring her up to 50. So this is going to make her black magic a lot more powerful. Not only that, but the tiara also provides defense against lightning magic as like a random bonus. So very powerful item. If you're not already wearing it, you should be. Now that that situation's taken care of, if we visit the nursing room, we'll run into Sid of all people. Sid, man, I thought you blew up. And it seems that reports of this guy's death were greatly exaggerated, but to be fair, he jumped out of a flying aircraft and then exploded. I mean, are we not going to explain how he survived that? I mean, I guess he's injured, but how is he not disintegrated? The explosion was powerful enough to close the entire crater that led to the underground. Well, in any case, it seems that the plan now is to go after that last crystal that so far has been extremely safe, sealed up in a cave underground. It seems like we should just leave it in the cave and maybe beef up security around the outside, but no. Someone decided that the crystal would be much safer in our hands, so that's what we're going to do. And now Sid is bouncing and spinning around. Are we sure this is the same guy that blew up? It might be one of those evil doppelgangers or something. Does he smell like a monster? Where are Palom and Porum when you need them? Well, if there were any doubts that this Sid was the real deal, they are immediately dashed as soon as he starts working. This guy is Sid, alright. Nobody else could fix an airship like him. Also, I thought we parked this airship outside. Why is Sid working on it over what appears to be a giant bottomless pit? What is up with that? Also, why was this airship unable to fly over the lava in the first place? Every other airship that we've ever seen was totally capable of flying over lava. Remember when we got chased by the Red Wings earlier? There was no problem then. Now one of our Dwarven friends is standing in mid-air on the side of the bridge. Maybe that's like a magic power they have? Don't ask me, not a lot of this makes sense. But in any case, now we can fly over the magma. And with that, Sid dies. Nah, he just falls asleep. I mean, a 1,000-foot fall and an explosion like a supernova weren't enough to kill this guy. So you think he would just keel over after working too hard? Nah, not Sid, Paul, and Dina. But that's not all we need to do here in the castle. We should also go back to the throne room and talk to the king. When we tell the Dwarven king about our failure at the Tower of Bab-il, instead of telling us to just go back in there and jump over the pitfall this time, he's completely on board with the new plan of going to the sealed cave and retrieving the final crystal. It seems that Golbez has been trying to get into the sealed cave, but no one can enter without the Luca key. Up until this point, the Luca key has been safely in King Giot's possession, but then he hands it over to us. So I guess we're responsible for it now. So here's an idea. Let's take that key and toss it into the liquid magma. We'll just watch it melt into nothing, and then nobody's getting into the sealed cave. Checkmate, Golbez. Unfortunately, we won't be able to do that. So our mission is clear. We need to go to the sealed cave and find the final crystal. This is where the game gets challenging. The sealed cave can be a very difficult dungeon if we go there right away. Luckily, at this point the game opens up a bit and allows us to do some side quests first. I highly recommend that we do these side quests. But before we get into any of that, now that we can freely fly around the underground, there's a new town that we can visit. The Village of Tomra. Tomra is one of the last new cities that we're going to be able to visit, which lets you know how close we are to the end of the game. This guy wants to know where we came from. Well, we came from a place that you might call the surface. Yeah, a lot of people live up there. Maybe even 100. The village item shop has a fairly standard selection, so pick up any consumables that you might need. And over here on the left side, this guy wants to know if anything's happening at the castle. You may not be able to tell from looking at us, but we're not from around here, guy. This guy wants us to know that he's a farmer, but what I'd really like to know is what you can grow down here underground. There isn't any sunlight. The other dwarf said that we can take whatever we want, so make sure to loot this chamber before you leave. You have to appreciate their generosity. It doesn't seem like they get a whole lot of visitors around here. This guy wants to know where the upper world is, but it's kind of in the name. And this guy says that they don't say lolly-ho around here, they say hi-ho instead. This store employee acts like they haven't had a customer in years. You might expect that some of these prices would be negotiable because of that, but no. The same extremely strict commerce laws that apply in the world above apply down here as well. Heck, I'm not exaggerating when I say these rules apply in outer space. Any merchant is required to sell like items at the exact same price, and they also have to buy anything that you sell them for the prices agreed upon by the commission. The penalty for non-compliance is death. You might consider it Final Fantasy fascism, but that's just the universe we live in. Anyways, the diamond items that they sell here at the armor shop are an excellent upgrade for Cecil and Kane. You may want to buy all of the diamond items, but they only provide protection against lightning, and I think it may be better to keep a couple of items that protect against fire and ice. That will give you a wider range of protection against elemental magic. We'll probably come back here later and buy the other pieces of armor, but for now, if you at least purchase the diamond helm and the diamond gloves for Cecil and Cain, you should be in good shape. Outside, there's a guy that wants to know if the oceans in the world above are really blue, and when we tell him yes, he says, "That's gross." This guy has useful information about the location of a cave that leads to the land of summoned monsters. We definitely want to go there. Inside the inn, we'll find out about the Sylph cave. That's another place that we need to go. We could stay at the inn for 300 gold pieces per night, but it would make more sense to just use the pot in the Dwarven base. That's free. Once you're fully stocked, make your way out of the village and board the airship. At this point in the game, we need to go to the sealed cave, but I recommend we go to the Sylvan cave first. We could also go to the land of summoned monsters, but we're going to find a few treasures here in the Sylvan cave that will help us in that other side quest. Once you get inside, you'll notice that there are some glowing patches on the floor. These will damage you when you walk on them. If Rosa knows the float spell, you can cast it on the entire party, and now you won't take damage from these hazards at all. Well, at least until you move to another floor. Then you'll have to cast float again. If you don't have float yet, you can probably still survive, but you may need to cast curative magic every few steps. Well, here are a few enemy types we haven't seen before. 3 ghosts and 2 dark trees. The dark trees are weak against fire magic, but the ghosts absorb fire magic. Whenever Rydia gets her turn, we're going to have her cast Fire 2 on an individual dark tree. This is a good idea for multiple reasons. Number 1, if you cast magic on a dark tree and it doesn't die, it will counter by berserking itself, and that will make it deal more damage in combat. It's a good idea if you're going to use magic against those dark trees, that the magic you use should be lethal. The ghosts are not weak against ice, but if you use ice magic against them, they will freeze and they won't do anything for a few turns. But we're not going to have Rydia use her ice magic on the ghosts. It's more important that she uses Fire 2 on the remaining dark tree. Our melee characters will take care of the ghosts just fine. When ghosts aren't frozen, they start out the battle by casting Fire 2. This is one of the reasons why we wanted to keep some of that fire protection gear equipped on our characters. The next time they get their turn, they'll fight, and finally they'll cast Sleep. So don't let the ghost live long enough to cast Sleep. Rydia's Fire 2 didn't kill off the dark tree, so now it's berserked and we need to finish the job. We're just going to have everyone attack quickly and we should be able to kill it. And that'll do it. We defeated all of the enemies and received over 4,000 experience points each. Very good. If you fight a lot of the battles in this dungeon, you'll be able to level up fast. And we need to build up a few levels for Rosa so that she'll be able to cast the wall spell in the next dungeon. Well, it's those same monsters we just fought a moment ago, but at least we're not in a back attack this time. When we fought the monsters previously, Rydia used her Fire 2 on a dark tree and it didn't quite kill it, so that dark tree became berserked and it kind of became a problem. This time we're going to have Rosa use aim on the same dark tree, so if it becomes berserked, she'll be able to kill it right away. And here's that fire too, and here's the berserk, but oh no, it berserked the other dark tree? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see that coming. Well, now we need to very quickly kill the remaining enemies, because that last dark tree has full HP, and it's going to hit very hard. I think as soon as Rydia is able to cast Fire 2 again, we should be able to win this one, but we'll make sure by having Rosa attack the tree first. Yeah, 672 damage, that should be good. And we'll have Edge attack the ghost, which should win the fight for us. So Kain jumped just in case Edge misses, but Edge did not miss. And we finished that battle just like we did previously, and this time Cecil gained a level. Let's take a look at his status. 37 strength, 33 vitality, 23 agility I feel like is a little bit low, but you know, it is what it is. Could you imagine if Cecil was as fast as Edge? He'd just be getting in there, axing people left and right? Yeah, that would be awesome. Once everyone is cured to a reasonable level, we can get back to our journey through the Sylvan cave. There are several ways we can go, and first we're going to head down through this door, which is labeled B on the map. We're going to cast Float. It only costs 8 magic points, and it will save us a bit of damage, but we need to cast it again if we want to walk over anything on this floor. We've been to this floor before, but since we just re-entered it, we need to cast the Float again. And over here we have a save point in an area that does not look particularly safe, but we'll take advantage of it for the moment. Over here there's a not so hidden path that leads to a treasure chest, and this one contains the Elven Bow. If you're using Rosa as an archer, the Elven Bow is pretty good. It adds 25 to your attack, and it adds 5 to your wisdom. Yeah, this bow would be way better if it added 5 to your willpower. And here we have a toad lady and 3 tiny toads. This is one of the easiest fights that we're going to find here in the Sylvan cave, but it is one of the more annoying fights that we're going to face. Whenever the Toad Lady gives the command, the tiny toads will cast toad magic on our party. When there are 3 tiny toads in play, it's possible that they may cast toad twice on the same person, and then that will just leave them as a normal character, and they won't be transformed. Don't bother transforming characters that were changed into toads back into humans. There's a good chance that the Toad Lady is just going to do that on her own. So just have everyone attack every round, and eventually the Toad Lady will be defeated. Especially when Kain lands a jump for more than her entire hit points. This time Edge gained a level, and we also found an Ether 2 and a heal. Wow, very good haul from that fight. Let's take a look at Edge's status. 44 strength, 31 agility. He's not even level 30 yet. We can save the game again here, and we may want to use a tent. Alright, we'll take a little rest here right out in the open in the middle of this treacherous cave. Well, looks like we survived. And then we'll quickly save the game and continue our quest. There are a couple chests over on the left side, so we'll head that way. But first we have to face 4 ghosts. Now here's a good way to deal with 4 ghosts. We can use Edge's Flood Blitz, and we can combine it with Rydia's Virus spell. The Virus spell should deal a lot of damage to these ghosts anyways, and it will start doing damage over time, while Edge's Flood spell will cool them off. So I like this combination of magic, because once Edge's Flood resolves, these ghosts are unlikely to take any more turns in combat. so they're just kind of sitting around doing nothing. Cecil's attack should take out the one in the front, and as soon as Kain lands, the one in the back should also die. Or its HP will run out from the virus spell. Nice! And this time, Rydia gained a level, as did Kain. We also found a Cure 1. Okay, not the worst. And it's time for some Cure spells. And a couple of Cure 1s should do the trick. Maybe one more for Kain. And then we're just going to keep heading to the left. You can see the chests now. Those are the ones that we're trying to get. This one contains 1,000 gold. And the other one contains a cabin. But first, we need to face 2 Maul Balls. These are classic Final Fantasy enemies, and they have their iconic attack, a spell called Breath. If you succumb to the Breath, you will incur a ton of status abnormalities, including Toad, Minnie, Piggy, Darkness, Silence, and Confusion. Luckily, because you are silenced and Minnie, while you're confused, you won't be able to do anything very bad to the party, so this combination of status abnormalities is more annoying than it is dangerous. Of course, if your entire party got breathed, you would be in big trouble, so you definitely need to take those Maul Ball enemies seriously. We've entered a new floor, so we need to cast Float again. That way we won't take any damage from the floors. And now we can continue on our way. We're going to head around here, and we're going to go through this door, which is labeled D on the map. But first, we were attacked from behind by a dark tree, a ghost, and a Maul Ball. Yikes. With this configuration of enemies, the dark tree is in the front line, so we can use a few melee attacks to damage it before we cast Fire 2. That way we won't have to worry about a Berserk counterattack. We'll have Kain jump on the ghost, that should take care of him, and after the Maul Ball does its initial breath spell, it doesn't do a whole lot for many turns. It'll cast a spell called Digest, which doesn't deal a whole lot of damage, and it will fight 2 times. So it will cast Breath, it'll fight, it'll Digest, and then it will fight 1 more time before it casts a second Breath spell. So when you see the Digest, you know that it's going to attack once more before it does Breath again, and that will give you an idea of how much time you have to kill this thing before you need to deal with another character taking status abnormalities. We got pretty lucky this time in that the first breath was a total failure, but if one of your characters was afflicted by breath, you could have Rosa cast Heal, which will remove all of the status abnormalities, but they will still take at least 1 turn while they are confused, and that could be dangerous. Rosa leveled up after defeating those enemies and learned the Wall spell, so our first objective here has been achieved. We're going to need that Wall spell to defeat a boss in the land of summoned monsters. And now we'll head through door D, which will take us to an area with a few more chests for us to collect. These chests are mostly elemental arrows, so if you're not really into that, you may just want to skip this corridor. There is an ether up here, so I guess that might be worth it, but if you don't ever use arrows, you won't have a whole lot of use for a pack of ice, lit, and fire arrows. We know that these Maul Ball enemies don't do a whole lot after their initial breath attack, but if you want to make totally sure that they don't get to cast breath for a second time, we could just have Rydia cast her Titan summon, and that will deal a ton of damage to both enemies. It costs 40 MP and it takes a little while to resolve, but this spell gets results. Rosa can heal anyone affected by the breath spell, But once we started casting Titan, it really doesn't matter. You can see Kain was confused and he tried to attack Rydia, but because he's miniaturized, the toad, silenced, all of those things, he didn't deal any damage. And there's the Titan spell, dealing over 2,000 damage to each Maul Ball, which is plenty enough to kill them both. And Edge also leveled up. Nice. We'll have Rosa heal Kain to take off those status abnormalities, and then we'll throw a couple Cure 1s around to heal up the party. But once we've done that, let's take a look at Edge's status. Edge has now reached level 30, and with his Cat Claw enhanced stats, he's quickly becoming one of our more powerful party members. So far, the most impressive item that we've found here in the Sylvan Cave has been the Elven Bow, which is not the most exciting piece of gear, but up in the top middle of this floor, we'll find something more interesting: the Mute Knife. It is guarded by monsters, but don't be too scared. It's just the Toad Lady and 6 tiny toads. The last time we fought the Toad Lady, she only brought 3 tiny toads with her, but adding 3 more doesn't make this fight a whole lot more difficult. It just makes it more annoying because all of those toads have to cast their toad magic every time the Toad Lady tells them to croak. So I won't blame you if you want to use heavy black magic to defeat these guys. The toads are weak against ice, so a big blast of ice too could probably weaken them significantly. Honestly though, if you just keep chipping away at these toads with your melee attacks, it won't be long before they all die. They don't really do anything that hurts you. They just are annoying. And here's the croak, my dears, again. Maybe they'll cast Toad on Kain and turn him back into a person. No, they turned 2 of our human characters into toads. So now I don't even feel bad about having Rydia cast Ice 2 on all the characters. We'll just keep fighting. Maybe the Toad Lady will transform our characters back to normal. Don't worry about healing any of them right now. And wow, Rosa did massive damage to the Toad Lady. She may be able to win this fight on her own. Oh, thanks for bringing back Edge. Edge will bring us home with a nice big strike, thanks to the Toad Lady transforming him back to normal. And Cecil gained a level this time, so that's good, but we were able to grab the Mute Knife, and that's one of the things we were looking for here in the Sylvan Cave. The Mute Knife doesn't look very exciting. It seems to be a weak weapon that you would give to a magic user just to mostly increase their wisdom, and occasionally they would attack with it. But no, this is a very specialized weapon that is especially effective against mage-type enemies, and we're going to fight a boss that counts as a mage. When we do, we're going to equip Cecil with the Mage Knife, and he's going to be dealing a ton of damage with it. For now though, just keep that thing in your inventory as we battle 2 more Maul Balls. This time we're not going to cast Titan, we're just going to have Rydia use a more reasonable black magic spell, Fire 2. It should be effective enough. Between Kain's jumps and whatever our healed characters are able to do once they recover, we should still be able to defeat the Maul Balls before they get around to doing their breath attack again. It would be nice if we could take care of Edge, but we may not have time for it. We'll try to cast the heal. If it doesn't resolve before the battle's over, we're going to have to cast it outside of battle anyways. And there's that digest spell doing a big old 43 damage. Ooh, terrifying. And we'll have Kain jump. Cecil's getting ready to attack. Edge is ready to go should we need him. But I think the jump is what's going to do it here. We could cast Fire 2 again, but at that point, we would have spent 45 magic points, so we should have just done the Titan. Either way, these enemies aren't as difficult as they may seem, and once they're defeated, we'll continue our journey into the depths of the Sylvan Cave. And deep underground, we see this strange building. Weird. Inside the building is a family of fairy-like creatures called Sylphs, and in the bed, that's Yong. What is he doing here? That guy was definitely dead. When we talk to Yong, he doesn't say anything, but make sure to talk to him anyways. We're going to need to visit his wife and tell her what happened. Before we leave, we can pick up a poison claw and a cat claw in a pair of chests, and that second cat claw could certainly come in handy if we want to equip Edge with 2 of them. Outside, we'll save the game, but we're not done with the Sylvan Cave just yet. We only found some of the treasures. We're going to head back to the Dwarven base and use the pot that will refill our HP and MP, and then we can go back to the Sylvan Cave and uncover more of its treasures. Once everyone has had a drink from the sketchy communal bucket, we can exit the base and reboard our airship. We'll just fly all the way over to the left and follow the wall up to find that Sylvan Cave again. It's over here in the upper left corner. Make sure to save the game. The Sylvan Cave is a dangerous place, although we're higher level this time than we were before. If you look at the map, you'll notice that there's a whole bunch of treasure on the right side of the second floor, so that's where we're going to be headed to. But we've been attacked by 2 maul balls again, and so we're just going to speed through the fight. You know what to do. Use Titan magic, use attacks, use whatever you have to. And this time, Rydia and Kain both gained a level, probably because Edge died, and they earned more experience points because they were distributed 4 ways instead of 5. Rydia is up to 52 wisdom, which is one of the only stats that actually matters for her, although it would be nice if she had more vitality, but that's not how the game works. Whenever we bring Edge back to life, we still need to heal him. He comes back with all of those status abnormalities still attached. The reason Edge died is because he took a big hit from a maul ball while he was already transformed and he was in the front line of our party. So that is something that can happen, but it's unlikely to happen to all of our characters, especially considering that 3 of them are in the back line, not the front. And here we have our good friend, the Toad Lady and the 3 tiny toads. We know that this battle is not particularly threatening. I'm not even sure if these guys can damage our party. They just keep casting their toad spells like that's going somewhere. But something that you may want to try is having Rydia cast her Psych spell against the Toad Lady. The Toad Lady is a serious magic user, so the Psych spell should be especially effective against her. So we'll try that out. We actually have a lot of MP in reserve right now, but I want to be able to demonstrate what the Psych spell can actually do against a Toad Lady. This is a very powerful play. The Psych spell can fail, so it doesn't always work out the way that you want it to, but most of the time you're going to score a decent amount of MP when you do this. So let's see how much we get this time. 185! Wow! Yeah, so if you need MP, don't be afraid to Psych a Toad Lady. That'll fill you up quick. We can have Rydia cast the Toad spell to heal Rosa. It only costs 7 MP, which is far fewer than the 20 MP that it costs for Rosa to cast heal. And Rydia just got 185 magic points back from that Psych spell, so she might as well take care of something. We'll cast Float to get over these hazards. Surprised we haven't cast it already, but there you go. And then we're going to head through this door this time, which is labeled F on the map. On the other side of door F, we'll be able to find 3 treasure chests, and one of them contains an excellent weapon, the Charm Wand. Rydia can equip the Charm Wand, and when she does, it will add plus 10 to her wisdom. It also allows her to cast the spell of Charm for free if she uses it as an item in battle. Now she currently has 52 wisdom, and the Change Rod that she had equipped added plus 5, so the net difference here is plus 5, but 57 wisdom is very high, so we'll be extremely happy to have this more powerful wand. Once we have those treasures, we can head through this secret passage, which will bring us to door G. Door G will take us to the upper right corner of the second floor, and we're going to be able to find a lot of loot up here. Make sure Rosa casts Float so that we don't take any damage from the floor hazards, and if we head over here, we'll find 4 chests right away. Before we can grab those treasures, we have to face 2 Maul Balls and 2 Dark Trees. We've seen these enemies separately before, but never in this particular configuration. This is a great time to have Rydia cast her Titan Summon. Assuming the Maul Balls don't get her with their Breath spell, the Titan Summon should easily eliminate all of the enemies on the battlefield. We can have some of our other characters attack, we'll have Kane jump, just in case something goes awry. But once the Maul Balls have cast their breath spells and neither of them targeted Rydia, this battle is pretty much done. And here it is, the Titan Summon. And yes, that is more than enough damage to finish off all 4 enemies. And for our trouble, we earned 6,620 experience points, so both Edge and Rosa leveled up. Nice! Let's take a look at Edge's status first. 46 strength, 32 agility, and let's see how Rosa is progressing. 55 willpower, very good. Well, let's grab some of these chests. Cure 2, 3,000 gold, a heal, and 2,000 more gold. Not bad. But we're not done. There are 5 more treasures down here, including a Cure 3 potion, which could certainly come in handy. Before we can get the last 2 chests, we have to face a Toad Lady and 3 tiny toads. We've seen this battle many times at this point, so we'll just speed right through it. Remember not to waste a lot of resources on this fight. Toad ladies and tiny toads are obnoxious, but they're not particularly dangerous. And we'll just keep chipping away at them with our melee attacks. Thanks for turning Cecil back into a human. And 1 or 2 more shots should take care of this battle once and for all. Well, I'm glad we sped through that one. That battle seemed to take like 15 minutes. In this chest we'll find a heal potion, but we won't need to use it to transform our characters back to human beings. We can just have Rydia cast the Toad spell, which only costs 7 MP each time. Once everyone's in good shape, we can pick up this Ether 1, and then if we hop into this hole, we'll find another unexplored area. The Sylph house is over on the left side, but we won't be able to access it from here. Instead, we're going to go straight up this treacherous tunnel, which will take us to a teleporter and more chests. Before we can get up there though, the tiny toads and the Toad Lady are back. These enemies just won't quit. Well, we might as well use Psych and get some magic points back. And this time Cecil gained a level, even though he was in Toad form. Doesn't stop him from earning experience points, and Rydia can just use some magic to fix him up. Let's take a look at Cecil's status. 40 strength, 36 vitality, he's one of our most well-rounded characters. We'll have Rosa cast a few cure spells before we move on, and then we'll continue up to the top of this passage. Be ready, because whenever we get to the next part, there's going to be 6 treasure chests, and all 6 of them are guarded by monsters. And there's some good stuff to find here too. First, we'll cast the float spell so that we don't take any unnecessary damage. And before we can even open our first chest, we've been attacked randomly by the dark trees and the mall balls again. We know what to do here. Use your Titan summon and quickly clear out this entire monster squadron. As long as the breaths don't hit Rydia, we should be fine. One more breath. Yep, seems like everybody is okay. And there's a jump from Kain as a backup measure, but I don't think that he's ever going to land. Rydia should cast that Titan magic and quickly eliminate all of the monsters here. And there it is. A big old earthquake inside of a cave. Great idea. And we got a ton of experience points as usual. And now we should definitely take care of our party members before we open up any of these chests. So we'll cast Heal to remove the effects of the breath spell, and then a few Cure Ones should take care of anyone that's injured. There are 6 chests here, and the 3 in the top row are all the same. They all contain elixirs, and each elixir is guarded by 6 ghosts. We know these monsters don't like to be cold, so something else that we can try, considering there are so many of them, is to use the Shiva Call spell. The Shiva Call spell would probably be overkill for fewer enemies, but when you're facing 6 of them, you may need to take more drastic measures. Something else we can try is having Rosa cast Berserk on Edge. Edge is extremely fast, so he gets his turn frequently, and when he's berserked, he'll deal a ton of damage. So that could be a good way to pick off a few of these ghosts, and maybe there won't be very many left by the time Rydia casts Shiva. Call spells do take a while to resolve, but here's the Shiva, which should fix a lot of our problems. Let's see how much damage it deals to each ghost. A more than reasonable amount. Most of those ghosts are nearly dead, and now there's only one left. Our Berserked Edge should easily defeat him. And with that, we'll grab 4,440 experience points. Rydia levels up, learning the Drain spell, and then Kain and Edge also level up. We'll take the elixir that we were trying to get all along, and with 3 characters leveling up and an elixir, that was a very beneficial battle for our party. After we cure everybody, we can check out the status of the 3 party members that leveled up, and we'll take a look at Kain first. Kain has 38 strength and 33 vitality, which is certainly respectable, and Rydia has very weak stats except for wisdom, which is the one that matters. Edge is up to 47 strength now, so he's doing quite well. And let's open this chest down at the bottom. The ones at the top are all the same, but these ones down here all contain different enemies. We are certainly going to get a lot of use out of our call magic down here, because once Rydia resolves that Titan spell, these enemies will be destroyed. So the first breath went against Edge, and the second one went against nobody, so we should be in the clear. Rosa's firing fire arrows, which are very good against the dark trees. And oh no, Edge died. I mean, that seems to happen every once in a while against this particular monster configuration. But there's the Titan call, which will easily win the fight for us. And for our troubles, we get over 8,000 experience points, Rosa gained a level, and we found the Full Moon Boomerang. The Full Moon Boomerang is an item that only Edge can equip, and it's a ranged weapon. I prefer to have Edge using the Cat Claw and some sort of katana, so we're not going to be using the Full Moon Boomerang, and we also don't have an open slot in the back line of our party, where using a ranged weapon like a boomerang would be more useful. Rosa leveled up, so we'll take a look at her status. 56 willpower, and fairly well-rounded stats otherwise. And then we'll open up another chest that contains 6 more ghosts. We'll try a slightly different strategy this time that starts with Edge casting his Flood spell. The Flood spell will deal about 50% damage to each of these ghosts, so whenever Rydia resolves her Shiva magic, it will almost certainly kill them all. 2 won't be left behind this time. So all we need to do is weather this firestorm. We'll have Rosa cast some curative magic to make sure Rydia stays in the game. But as soon as that Shiva spell goes off, we're going to win this fight. We can have some of our other characters attack. Maybe they'll be able to pick off a ghost or 2 in the meantime. But we should be casting that Shiva fairly soon. Oh, alright, Cecil got one of the ghosts. And will Edge attack before? Nope, there's the Shiva, which will easily win this fight. Let's see how much damage each one takes. Oh yeah, plenty of damage this time. And we'll take our 4,440 experience points, as well as our elixir, and this time Cecil leveled up. We'll have Rosa cure the party just like she always does, and then we're going to open up the treasure chest labeled T on the map, and I would say this is the most interesting of all 6 chests down here in the basement. Considering this is the best reward, you may be surprised to find out that it has the weakest guardians, just 2 Maul Balls. Now we're definitely going to have to cast Shiva at least one more time to take out those ghosts again, so we may want to be a little bit more conservative against these Maul Balls, and we won't use the Titan Summon this time. We'll just have Rydia cast Fire 2, which should be good enough. As long as we knock off these 2 enemies before they're able to cast Breath again, we won't really suffer very much from this battle. So we'll try to just save some MP and pick the enemies off with less costly attacks. So we'll use Heal to bring Kane back. Cecil can slash at this guy, and one more hit should do it. So we have Kane set up for a jump. As soon as he goes off, he should be able to win the fight when he lands. Wow, he did it very quickly that time. And with that, we'll take our experience points, and this time we'll be rewarded with the Avenger's Sword. The Avenger's Sword can be equipped by both Cecil and Kane. It will add 10 to your strength, agility, and vitality, but it subtracts 10 from wisdom and willpower. It requires 2 hands to wield, so you won't be able to use a shield with it, and it adds plus 80 to your attack. So this is a very powerful weapon. It also makes you permanently berserk. So let's try it out in this battle. Just like before, we have to face the 6 ghosts so that we can win 1 more elixir. We're going to have Rydia call on Shiva, and you can see the power of the Avenger's Sword already. Cecil attacked 1 time, and it immediately picked off one of the ghosts. And I'll bet that whenever he attacks again, he'll probably get another one. Once again, the ghosts are casting Fire 2, which is always their first move. Rydia is getting Shiva ready, which should take out most of the ghosts. And something that we could try that's different this time is to have Rosa cast Slow on all of the ghosts. We don't want them to get too many more turns, and perhaps they won't get any more before Rydia casts Shiva. And here it is, the Big Snow. This will hopefully take out all 4 remaining ghosts, but if it doesn't, the last one, well, Kane will finish him off whenever he lands. And with that, we'll get the 3rd and final elixir. Well, the final elixir in here anyways. In the last box, there are 2 centipedes. I assume they're supposed to be centipedes, but it says centipede, I can read. When a centipede is the only remaining monster and it takes damage but doesn't die, it will counter by casting the Quake spell. But the joke's on you, centipede. We're all floating, so the Quake spell doesn't deal damage to us at all. Quake would normally be pretty devastating, but while we're floating, it's not devastating in the slightest. The last treasure chest contains Medusa arrows, so we'll pick those up, and once we get outside, we'll enter our airship again and fly back to the Dwarven base. We're done with the Sylvan cave for now, but we will have to return there later after we're able to get back to the surface. For now, we'll restore our HP and MP using the pot, we'll do some inventory management with the big chocobo, and we'll change some of our equipment around. We probably don't want Cecil using the Avenger sword, would like to have a little bit more control over him, although we will be using the Avenger sword later with Cain. So definitely don't throw that Avenger sword away. We are going to be using it later, but for now, we're going to fly directly to the left where we'll find this small island. Inside, we'll find a cave that leads to the land of monsters. While the float spell was important in the previous cave, I would consider it mandatory here. Make sure to cast it right away as soon as you enter a new floor. We're not just going to need the float spell to get over the hazards on the ground, but many of the enemies will try to cast Quake against us, so we want to be protected against that as well. Up here at the top, we can grab an Ether 1, and then we'll head back through the semi-hidden passage. Down here in the bottom corner, we'll find a Cure 2, and then we'll make our way towards the left side. Before we can get over there, we have to battle a Conjurer. You should recognize this type of enemy. We've not faced exactly a Conjurer before, but we faced Marions and we faced Summoners, and Conjurers do the same sort of thing. This one summons an imp, although we could have gotten a Conjurer that would summon a Rock Moth, a huge Naga, or even a Clapper, which is a big blue dragon. The Conjurer will summon an enemy whenever it's alone and it gets its turn, so anytime you see a Conjurer by itself, you can expect an enemy is going to be coming soon. Once the enemy has appeared, if you take out the Conjurer, it won't be able to summon another enemy, but if you kill that huge Naga first, the Conjurer will summon another one. It's a little bit annoying to have to kill the Conjurer before the monster that it summons, because the Conjurer is in the back line for the enemies, so our melee attacks will deal less damage to it. Cain's jump or Rydia's magic can help with this, and the first Conjurer that we faced summoned imps, and this one summons huge Nagas. The Conjurer that summons imps is more common, while the huge Naga Conjurer is a good bit more rare. The Conjurer that summons a Clapper is the most rare Conjurer, and you should be aware if you have to face a Clapper, that thing has 7,000 hit points and it will constantly use the Blitz spell, so you'll be happy if you invested into some of that lightning protection armor that was sold in the town of Tomra. Just as we always do, Rosa will heal the party, and then we're going to continue towards the doorway over on the left side. So once everyone is all good, we're going to continue over here to the left. We'll head up and over, and there's the door that we were looking for, which will bring us to the next map. Don't forget to cast Float on everyone. This is very critical. The first chest down here is over in the lower right corner, and that one contains a Cure 2 potion. So we'll pick that up, and then we'll make our way to the top where we'll find another chest that contains a cabin, but first we have to face another conjurer. What will this one summon? Well, we're about to find out. It looks like it's the Huge Naga again. And while the Huge Naga is not as common as the Imp, it seems that we've gotten it twice in a row. That can definitely happen. Just like before, we're going to prioritize getting rid of the Conjurer first so that it won't summon a second Huge Naga, and then we'll eliminate the monster that it summoned. And that's it. We've defeated another Conjurer Huge Naga combination, and this time Edge leveled up and learned the Smoke spell. So the Smoke spell will help you run away more effectively in battle. You can also do this by casting spells like Exit, but the fact that Edge can do it is a lot better because he's a much faster character in general. You don't want to wait for someone to cast Exit to get out of a battle, but later on in the game, running away will take longer, and there will be a few instances when it does make sense to use that Smoke spell. Against this combination of 2 warriors and 2 fiends, we have a great opportunity for Rydia to use her new Charm Wand. Whenever she uses the Charm Wand, she can confuse one of the warriors, and then that warrior will do some attacking on our behalf. Another great thing that you can do against these enemies is cast Silence on them. You can cast Silence on all of the enemies at once, and then whenever they try to use magic against us, like that fiend who keeps trying to cast the charm spell, it just won't work. The fiends will counter with the charm spell every time they take damage, so there's really no way to avoid it other than silencing them. If you don't silence these guys, many of your characters will become confused, and that will be a huge problem. But by casting that one simple white magic spell, you'll make this battle quite simple. The warriors seem to just attack you, but whenever a warrior is the only enemy left on the battlefield, if you attack it, it will counter by absorbing you, and that will steal a few of your hit points. And if you use magic against it when it's the only remaining enemy, it will counter by cursing you. So there's the absorb, and we'll likely kill this thing before it has a chance to curse us. We'll see what happens though. Yep. And that's how you defeat 2 fiends and 2 warriors. And it looks like Rydia leveled up. We also found an ether. Let's take a look at Rydia's status. 58 wisdom. Getting up there. And then we'll continue over here where we can find that cabin. And there it is. That's the only other chest on this floor, so we're going to head to the right where we'll be able to go to the next floor. And this time we were surprised by a conjurer who summoned an Arachne. Arachnes use quake magic, and that's why we want to cast the float spell every time we enter a new floor. Arachnes will counter magic by attacking, but otherwise, all they do is use quake magic, which is completely useless against our floating party. So as long as we don't hit the Arachne with a spell that doesn't actually kill it, we won't have to worry about any counterattacks, and we really don't have to worry about that monster at all. Yeah, keep casting Quake. It's really gonna work. If you want to get some magic points back, you can do a similar thing that we did to the Toad Lady in the previous dungeon, and have Rydia cast Psych on the Conjurer. Conjurers are spellcasters, so you should be able to get a decent amount of magic points back by doing that. And with that last attack, the Arachne is defeated, and we'll be able to continue our trek through the cave. Just like we always do, we'll have Rosa cure the party. We want to make sure everyone is in good condition, because you never know when you might be surprised by the monsters or attacked from behind. Once everyone's ready, we'll continue over this way to the right, and well, look at that, we were attacked from behind. Of course, we're being attacked from behind by an Arachne who's just going to keep casting Quake against us, so it's not actually that big of a deal. After using the change command to restore our front and back lines to normal, we're just going to start beating down on this monster. We'll have Rydia parry. She could use ice magic against this monster. It's weak against ice, but if she casts ice and it doesn't die, it will counter with an attack, and there's no reason to risk it. We also don't want to waste the magic points. We didn't take any damage during that battle, so we'll head through the door to the 3rd floor. The treasure that we found on the first 2 floors was underwhelming, but we're gonna find some good stuff on this floor. Make sure everyone's floating and head over here to the left. Well, here's an enemy we haven't seen before, a trio of red eyes. The red eyes mostly will just fight you, but if they last long enough, they will start casting the gaze spell. But I don't think these red eyes are going to make it. We'll have Rydia cast Virus. They don't have any specific elemental weaknesses, so Virus is a good place to start. Everyone else can attack except for Kain, who will use his jump. Floating enemies do not like being hit by ranged attacks, so Kain's jump should hit pretty hard. Rosa's aim technique is also good if she's equipped with a bow. If you have her equipped with a staff, she can probably just parry. We'll have Rydia cast another virus spell to remove the final red eye. It's a little bit of biological warfare, but once that conjunctivitis has cleared up, Rosa will gain a level, and we can take a look at her status. We know that willpower is the most important stat for Rosa, but she also has 30 strength. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight Rosa. Once everyone's cured, we're going to head to the left where we'll find a hidden passage that leads to some excellent items, including a powerful katana for Edge. So go through the wall here, and down here we'll find a Cure 2 potion, then the Poison Axe, and finally the Ninja Katana. The Poison Axe is a 2-hand weapon that adds plus 95 to your attack, and it also can poison enemies that are damaged by it. You can use it as an item in battle to cast the Venom spell for free, but we're probably not going to do that. Edge can equip the Ninja Katana, which adds plus 48 to his attack, and also adds plus 5 strength. This is going to go very well with his Cat Claw, allowing him to frequently strike enemies for a ton of damage. If you prefer, you could equip another katana instead so that Edge will hit harder with each attack, but I prefer to have the Cat Claw on there so that he'll attack more frequently. Well, it looks like we've been attacked by a couple of no-good, lousy hooligans. These monsters mostly just fight against you, but if you use magic against them, the next time they get their turn, they'll cast the weakness spell on one of your characters, which will reduce them to a critical amount of HP. So if you're going to cast a spell against one of these guys, make sure it's something powerful enough to be lethal, like the virus spell. If you're not confident in your magical abilities, you could just focus on using physical attacks against the hooligans. That should work out just fine. Before we go through that teleporter, let's head up here where we can find another unique weapon. This chest contains a bunch of monsters, so make sure the team has been cured before you open it up. We'll make sure that everyone has a good amount of HP, and then we will cautiously open up this chest. Inside, we're going to have to face not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 warriors. Yeah. These enemies look intimidating, but there is a cheat code to defeat these guys. We're just going to have Rydia cast the Titan spell. Because we're going to win easily, we can try out that Poison Axe. So we can see what that does. When we use it as an item in battle, it's going to cast the Venom spell for free, which is not a very exciting spell to cast, but it does work. The warriors are just going to fight you unless there's only one of them left, and then it will start countering with Absorb or Curse. But that's not going to matter at all because Titan took them all out. And we got 4,300 experience points, Cecil gained a level, and there's the defense sword. In the original Japanese version, you could use the defense sword to cast a defensive spell during battle, but that spell was removed for this version of the game. But even without the additional spell, the defense sword adds 105 to your attack, and it adds plus 15 to your vitality, increasing your natural defense. So even in this version of the game, it's still pretty good. And let's try out that smoke spell that Edge acquired earlier. Whenever you cast it, you'll immediately run away. So not the most useful spell for this part of the game, but later on running away will get a little bit more difficult, and we may actually need to use the smoke. You will save money by using smoke. You'll notice we didn't lose any gold, so that is an upside. And after a little bit of ninja vanish, we've made it back to the teleporter, and now we're in the town part of the Land of Monsters. We will not be randomly attacked here. We've mercilessly butchered the monsters that we've encountered thus far so that we could harvest their precious experience points and gold pieces. But when we encounter them here in their own world, they seem like normal people. Yeah, how does that feel? I mean, we're not going to stop killing the monsters. We need those experience points. But it's a bit unsettling to think that some of them might have friends and families. There's an important treasure chest on the other side of this teleporter, and to get it, you simply have to go through and then go back again. Make sure not to miss the rat tail. We're going to need that to get a very powerful weapon. This chocobo seems to recognize Rydia. Is that the one that we've been summoning into battle? If so, what's up, my dude? This innkeeper charges 1,200 gold pieces per night. Are you insane? Is this the Land of Monsters or the Ritz-Carlton? Do we at least get more than one bed for that price? This guy has a useful tip about using the magic spell of Float against earthquake attacks. And over here we find out that Chocobo, Shiva, and Indra all live here in the Land of Summon Monsters, but Jin is off at Burning Man. So I guess we won't be running into him today. Once we're done inside the inn/item shop, we can head down here and talk to this guy, who tells us the queen's name is Asura. Nice to know. And inside here we'll find the armor shop. This guy doesn't like humans wandering around in here, and if he knew how many monsters we've killed, he really wouldn't like it. At the armor shop, we can pick up a pair of Aegis shields and sorcerer robes. The shield randomly adds 3 to wisdom and can protect against petrification, while the robe is very good for spellcasters. This monster says that he heard his friends in other realms aren't behaving themselves, and that is an understatement. The monsters in the normal realm don't seem very civilized at all, and they certainly don't speak English. The weapon store sells several whips that Rydia can use, but you can mostly ignore these. Rydia should be wielding a weapon that adds to her wisdom. And here we can purchase the Lunar Staff, which will add 10 to Rosa's willpower. So if you were unable to find the Silence Staff before, the Lunar Staff is a good pickup. Also, if you missed the Charm Wand back in the Sylvan cave, make sure to grab one of those for Rydia. We've been running the archery plan with Rosa for a long time now, but it's time for her to finally graduate to a staff. Wait till you see her stats now. 67 willpower. Yeah, she's going to be healing like crazy. We can also equip those sorcerer robes and Aegis shields that we purchased, but be mindful of your elemental defenses. We're going to be facing a pair of bosses here in the Land of Monsters, so we'll want to be ready for that. We'll switch out the black robe for the sorcerer robe, and everybody's equipment should be good for now, so we'll leave the weapons store, and we're going to make our way towards the library, and that's where we'll find the bosses. Before we go inside there though, we should head up to the room in the upper left, where we'll find a couple treasure chests and a very critical save point. We'll certainly want to save the game before we face the bosses, or at least before we face the second of the two bosses. The first one is very easy if you know what to do. Because there's a save point here, there is absolutely no reason to spend 1,200 gold pieces to stay at the inn when you could purchase a cabin from the vendor right next to the innkeeper for only 1,000 gold pieces, and you can use that right over here at the save point for the exact same effect that you would get from the inn. Honestly, it seems like the inn should always cost less than a cabin, but I guess that's just me. Inside the library, we'll be able to meet with Humingway if you're interested in changing any of your characters' names at this point in the game. And then we can read about all of the different summon magics. Well, maybe not all of the summon magics, just the more mainstream ones. The few summon magics that you'll need to find items to obtain, they're not mentioned here. It is nice that the developers included this resource as part of the game. If you were unaware of what summon spells were out there, this could certainly help you figure out what might exist. It also tells us a little bit about the cave that leads to the world of humans, and that must be the cave that we crossed to get here. Now, did all of the monsters that we've been fighting come through that cave? Does that mean that the ones that we fought up on the surface came through the cave and somehow found their way out of the underground? I mean, I guess that's possible, but really impressive if that's what's going on. These books tell about the queen named Asura and the king, the master of oceans, Leviathan. We will need to defeat Asura before we'll be able to fight Leviathan. And we'll need to defeat Leviathan before we can get the best summon spell later in the game, Bahamut. So this is very important. Leviathan will certainly be the most difficult boss that we've faced so far, but the rewards for beating him are very good. I think we've leveled up enough in the past few caves, and now we're ready. Before we move on and face Asura, you should check and make sure that Rosa knows the wall spell. If she doesn't have the wall spell yet, this fight is not going to go well, and you should probably go and level up until you have it. Assuming you do have the wall spell, this battle won't be difficult at all. So we'll head on into the King and Queen's chamber. And yes, this is the room for the King and Queen. Before we face Asura, if you have the mute knife from the Sylvan cave, now's the time to equip it on Cecil. Asura is technically a mage type enemy, so the mute knife will deal a ton of damage to her. Asura asks if she can test our worthiness, and when you say yes, the battle begins. Everything turns green, and suddenly we're battling this floating three-faced monster. Here's the deal with Asura. She will never attack you unless you attack her first, so she only counterattacks. Whenever Asura gets her normal turn, she's going to cast some sort of curative magic on herself. She cycles through Cure 4, Cure 3, and Life 1, which doesn't really do anything. But the two big cure spells will make any offense that you bring against her ineffective. The key to winning here is to take advantage of Asura's pacifist nature. We're going to have most of our characters parry, while Rosa starts to buff them by casting the Blink spell. I usually have Rosa cast fast on herself first, so she can get the blinks going more quickly. Blink is a protective spell that puts 3 shields on a character. Whenever a character that has one of these shields is attacked, they'll lose a shield, but they won't take any damage. So we should put Blink on our frontline melee attackers, and you may want to put it on some of your other characters as well. As long as we aren't attacking Asura, we have all the time in the world to put up as many Blink shields as we want. Once we have at least 2 Blink shields going, we want to have Rosa cast Wall on Asura. This is extremely important. The wall can wear off, so you want to put it up right before you begin your assault against Asura. Now, whenever she casts curative magic on herself, it will bounce off of the wall and heal our party. This will prevent her from being able to recover her HP. Also, Rydia's Titan Call spell doesn't care about walls, so you can use that and you won't have to worry about it being reflected. Once the wall is up, you can begin your all-out assault of Asura, but make sure that if the Blink shields go down, that Rosa restores them by casting Blink again. You can see that Asura can deal a ton of damage with those counterattacks, so this fight will end quickly if you don't have those Blink shields up. But you should never lose to this boss. If your party ever gets into a very bad position where several of your characters are dead, just stop attacking Asura and start using items or magic to bring those characters back to life. As long as you're not attacking the boss, she won't be attacking you. If you notice that the wall goes down, you can have Rosa put it back up again, but you'll probably gain a little bit of health before you notice that the wall is gone. If you're feeling very confident, you can have Rosa cast Berserk on Cecil and or Edge, but that's going to make those characters out of control, and you won't be able to stop your attack to start curing your party, so you'll need to be actively healing your party throughout if this is something that you want to do. I only berserk the characters once I feel like we're in a good position, so we'll hit Edge with one now, and if we can get a berserk on Cecil, this fight is going to end very quickly, but I'm not sure that there's going to be enough time. Edge may win the fight on his own. Cecil will try to protect characters that have critical levels of HP, so it is very important that we keep his Blink shield active. You can really see the power of the ninja katana with the cat claw in this fight. When Edge is berserked, he just attacks over and over again and deals a lot of damage. Over several turns, he's going to be one of the highest damage dealers from our party. Like, Kane just hit for 1500 damage, and he had to do a whole big jump attack production to make that happen, while Edge deals almost the same amount of damage with a simple melee attack. And once Asura is defeated, it looks like Edge gained a level, but more importantly, now Rydia will be able to call Asura into battle. This is a very powerful spell, but it's hampered a bit by the fact that it has a random effect. When you cast Asura, it will either cast Cure 3, Cure 4, or Life 1 on the entire party. And that life 1 kinda throws it out of whack, because most of the time when you cast this, you just want one of the big curative effects. If you were hoping for Cure 4 or at least Cure 3 and you get Life 1 instead, that could be a bit of a disaster, so keep that in mind if you plan on casting Asura. Before we fight Leviathan, we're going to use a cabin, save the game, and we should also switch out the mute knife. Cecil's not going to want that weapon against Leviathan. He is definitely not a mage. Unlike the battle against Asura, the Leviathan fight is not as gimmicky. This guy is more about raw power, and he's going to hit your party with a heavy attack right out of the gate, so be ready for that. Believe it or not, this old man with the beard is Leviathan. I mean, I guess whenever we challenge him, he transforms like Liu Kang doing a fatality. He sure doesn't look like the king of the sea. With the sounds of the surf, Leviathan appears. He starts off the battle with his signature attack, the Big Wave. Big Wave is going to deal big damage to our whole party, so we'll need to start out by recovering from that attack. After using the Big Wave, he's going to cast Ice 2 twice, and then you'll see him go into his aggressive formation again before casting another Big Wave. The key to defeating this guy is slowing him down. Rosa should spend her first 2 turns casting slow on the boss. Whenever he's using Ice 2 against our party, that's not a very big deal. We can handle the Ice 2s, we just don't want him casting Big Wave very often. So by slowing him down, he'll do fewer big waves, and we'll have more time between them to recover. This boss is weak against lightning, so Edge's Blitz magic and Rydia's Indra Call spell or Lit 2 will deal great damage to the boss. I think I prefer Lit 2 because it's a little bit faster. You may need to have some of your melee attackers pick up the slack for curing the party while Rosa is trying to cast those first 2 slow spells. Rosa should not be curing the party until she has cast those slows. Once Rosa has cast slow twice, she can pick up her role as the primary healer, but if she doesn't really need to heal anyone on her turn, she can also cast Berserk on Edge and Cecil to increase our damage output. So right now it looks like we probably need a Cure 3, we know that another big wave is coming soon, and you'll know for sure that a big wave is coming whenever you see the boss change formation. So he'll change his stance, and that means a big wave is about to come, but you should know that it's going to happen just by the fact that he cast Ice 2 twice. You can really start to see the effects of the slow magic here though. This boss has been severely hampered by those slow spells, and it's taking much longer for him to get a big wave going. Leviathan has 35,000 hit points, so he's not going to go down fast, but once he's been slowed down to a crawl, it's not going to be hard for us to recover between the big waves, and we should be able to keep the pressure on with our attacking characters. Whenever you notice that Edge has run out of magic points, he can just start attacking. Don't worry about restoring his magic so that he can blitz more, because now would be the perfect time to berserk him, and he'll start really dealing some serious damage. So we'll berserk Edge, and it shouldn't take too much more to win this battle. Leviathan is probably low on health at this point. So there's a nearly 1000 damage strike from Cecil. We'll probably want to berserk him too if this battle goes on long enough. Kane can continue to use his jump. And yeah, we'll use another cure spell. We took a few ices. And we're going to take another one, 500 on Rosa. See, these Ice 2s aren't that bad, but whenever he does the big wave, it's almost like he casts Ice 2 on everybody. One good thing about Kane's jump attack is sometimes he'll be up in the air when the boss does the big wave, and then he won't take damage at all. So that's an added bonus that the jump can provide. Everyone's at almost full HP, so we'll take this opportunity to berserk Cecil. And we're about to get hit by another big wave, but that's okay. I think we could survive maybe 2 more big waves without actually being killed, but I don't think the boss is going to get another opportunity to do it. I have a feeling that we'll be able to defeat him before he cycles back to the big wave again. And we'll just keep using Lit 2 with Rydia. We'll throw some Cure 3 on the party to recover from the big wave. And Leviathan will go back into his defensive stance, and Kane's final shot will take him out. And that's it. We've defeated the king of the monsters. And now Rydia will be able to summon Leviathan. As you might expect, whenever you use the Leviathan call spell, Leviathan will appear and cast his big wave spell against all of the monsters on the battlefield. This will often wipe out the entire board. And of course, having this spell will allow us to get the Odin and Bahamut spells later, so it's important for that reason too. Once you have the Asura and Leviathan call spells, we can make our way down to the bottom of this floor, where we'll find a hidden room that contains a bunch of treasure and a secret exit. So if we head straight up here, we'll be able to find the samurai bow, some samurai arrows, an elixir, and an ether too. Not a bad haul. Once you have those items, if you head down through the bottom, we'll be able to exit the cave without going back through all of the monster-infested floors. At this point, there's nothing left to do but go into the sealed cave and find the final crystal. We've been putting it off for some time, but now that we've completed the Sylvan cave and the land of summoned monsters, we should be quite powerful, and we will be very ready for the challenges ahead. Before we head over there, I think that heavier armor is what we're going to need to be successful in the sealed cave, so let's stop over in the Village of Tomra and purchase a few more of those diamond items. They are always happy to have customers here, so we're going to pick up a set of diamond armor for both Kane and Cecil. We'll turn the quantity to 2, and we'll grab those items. I think we're going to stay with the Aegis shield. It doesn't provide as much raw defense, but it has more evasion, and as a bonus, it will prevent us from becoming petrified. Most of the petrification that we'll see in this game is of the gradual type, but that's still pretty annoying, so I think the Aegis shield has some good value. Once everyone is all equipped, we'll head back out of town, and we'll finally make our way to the sealed cave. Now, if you did the trick that I showed back in part 2, where we cast the warp spell right after defeating Golbez, you will have the dark crystal already, so as soon as you go here and enter the sealed cave, you would see a cutscene, and then you won't have to do the sealed cave. But assuming that you didn't use that trick, we are going to have to go in here, and this is a fairly large dungeon, so be ready for that. We'll use the Luca key to get inside, and with a bolt of lightning, the doors open, and the seal is broken. For the sealed cave, we're going to employ a new strategy that I like to call Avenger Kane. We're going to equip Kane with the Avenger Sword, which is going to make him permanently berserked. We're also going to equip Cecil with the Defense Sword, because I think that's our most powerful weapon right now. And then we're going to change our formation to a 3 in the front, 2 in the back style, so that Kane, Cecil, and Edge are all in our front line. We just need more raw power to clear out the monsters in this cave, especially the mini-bosses that we'll have to face every time we open up a door. And here's one right now, a trap door. So every time you open a door in this dungeon, you're going to have to fight one of these. It starts out the battle by searching someone, and whoever gets searched is going to get killed. That's just sort of a fact of life here. There's ways of preventing it, but at this point in the game, you're probably going to lose at least one character every time you fight one of these. The trapdoor doesn't have any particular elemental weaknesses, so Rydia can use her virus spell. And if you hit these things hard enough, they won't spawn another monster. What I mean by that is, whenever a trapdoor has fewer than 700 HP remaining, it will disappear and turn into another monster for us to fight. But if you kill it with a big enough hit, it won't have a chance to spawn another monster. Once you've defeated that first trapdoor, you'll be able to enter this small room where we can find an Ether 1 and a long katana. The long katana is not as powerful as the ninja katana. So you can see it actually reduces Edge's attack if we equip it. So unless you want to equip it as your secondary weapon over the cat claw, we're just going to stay with the ninja katana. Back outside the small room, we're going to head over to the upper left corner where we're going to face another trapdoor. So go across the rope and be ready for a battle. Here we go. So be prepared for one of our characters to die because of the search. So it's going to be Rosa this time, which is somewhat unfortunate, but Rosa doesn't really add a lot of damage when we're attacking the trapdoor, so I guess it could be a lot worse. As usual, we'll have Rydia cast Virus here, and you can see Kain already attacked 2 times, dealing almost 4,000 damage by himself. Kain, Edge, and Rydia all leveled up as well, so that was a very good battle for us. We'll use a life potion to revive Rosa, and then she can cure herself to get back to full HP. It's kind of annoying that one of our characters dies each time we fight one of these trapdoors, but with this setup, the trapdoor won't have time to kill a second character, so it's not really that bad. You'll notice on the map that I labeled these 2 doors with a red X. All of the doors labeled with a red X lead to a dead end, so if you don't want to fight any unnecessary trapdoors, you can avoid those ones. Those trapdoors are worth very good experience points though, so you may want to consider fighting them anyways. And here we have our first random encounter, or well, we did have our first random encounter of the sealed cave, but Kain ended that rather quickly. Cecil leveled up, so let's take a look at his status. 54 vitality, wow. Cecil was a tank. Down here in this chest we'll find a life potion, which could come in handy against those trapdoors. And here we have the huge Nagas again, so we'll just quickly zip through that battle, not that it took very long anyways. There's no real advanced strategy that you need to use there, you just sort of attack 2 times. And that rope doesn't go anywhere, so don't worry about it. And over here we'll pick up another life potion, and up at the top there are numerous doors. Some of them lead to dead ends, like that first one, but this one leads to a good treasure, so we will try to open this trapdoor. The door is going to kill Rydia this time, which is probably one of the worst ones that it could kill because she does big damage with her virus spell, but I think we're going to be okay with the Avenger Kain setup. So another big hit from Cecil, and yep, Kain takes care of business, and another trapdoor goes down. Rosa leveled up this time and learned Cure 4, the most powerful cure spell in the game. That one's going to be very powerful against some late game bosses. Cure 4 does cost 40 magic points, which is a boatload of MP, but Rosa has a maximum of 319 MP at this point, so she can certainly handle it if she has to cast something like that. Inside this small room we'll find the light sword, which is a quality weapon for Cecil. It adds 99 to his attack, 3 to strength, 3 to willpower, and it adds a holy element to the attack, which is valuable. However, in this configuration, while Kain is using the Avenger sword, the defense sword is probably the better weapon, especially considering the boost to vitality that you get. I'm not saying we don't want the light sword, but right now we're not going to use it. And here we have another trapdoor who's targeting Rydia once again. And we're not getting very good damage rolls on our characters this time, so it is possible that we might spawn an enemy this time. Nope, Kain did big damage with his last hit, and once again we were able to take out the trapdoor cleanly. Once Rosa has revived and cured Rydia, we'll be able to enter the room behind the trapdoor, where we'll be able to collect 3 treasure chests this time. And one of them is pretty good, and the other 2 I would say are on the medium side. First we'll find some ninja stars, and then the chest up in the upper left, that's the one that we really want to get. It contains an elixir. But first, we have to face 4 werebats. I like how Kain gets his turn and just immediately wastes one of these guys. But the werebats are not terribly threatening. They always use an absorb type skill called Vampire, which will heal them for a few points of health, but we're unlikely to deal any damage to these werebats without killing them, and that's what happened here. So once those enemies are out of the way, we'll be able to pick up a Cure 1 that one of them dropped, and then we can finally grab that elixir. Over on the far right side, we can find 5,000 gold pieces, so not bad, and then we'll head back out of the door. The next trapdoor to the left leads to a dead end, but the one after it leads to a save point, so we probably want to do this one. Let's see who's getting targeted today. It's going to be Cecil this time, so maybe he'll have a chance to get a hit in, but he does not. So we're gonna have to do this one without Cecil. Luckily we have Avenger Kain going, and we got a particularly good hit from Edge. Here's that virus shot, which should hopefully finish off the enemy, and no! We did not deal a lot of damage with the virus, so now we have to face a Manticore, or a Mantcore, as you can see here. So we will revive Cecil in case we need him. But nope, that's it. We were able to defeat the Manticore, and a few of our characters gained a level, but that's what happens whenever you don't defeat the trapdoor cleanly. It will spawn an enemy like that. You do get a few more experience points whenever the trapdoor spawns a monster, but it's not like a ton more. So if you don't want to face extra monsters, I don't think it's a bad idea to try to defeat the trapdoors in such a way that they don't spawn an extra one. Once you've taken advantage of the save room, we can head outside, and the next trapdoor on the left conceals some of the best treasures on this entire floor, so we certainly want to fight this guy. He's going to kill Edge this time, so that is annoying, but I think we should be able to win without him. Cecil will get in his attack, Rydia can load up the virus spell, so we'll set that all up, although Kain will be able to win it before any of that happens. And Cecil gained a level this time, so we can take a look at his status. Alright, 54 vitality, 45 strength, and we're going to have Rosa revive Edge to make sure that he's ready for the next fight. We'll need a few Cure 1s to bring him back up to full health, and then we're going to go inside the room that was behind that trapdoor, and this is where we're going to find the Ninja Hood. The Ninja Hood is awesome. This helmet adds +3 to strength, agility, and vitality. But that's not all. It also prevents sleep. This helmet would be good But it's even better because it can be equipped by essentially any of your characters. So while it makes sense to put it on one of your melee attackers, you don't have to just think inside the box. You may want to put it on someone like Rosa just to make her faster in battle. Once we've collected all of the treasures from the doors along the upper wall, we can head down here to the lower left corner of this chamber, where we'll face one more trapdoor that will allow us to proceed deeper into the dungeon. And we've seen enough of these at this point, so we're just going to speed through the battle. This time Rydia leveled up and learned Ice 3, so that's the first tier 3 magic that she's learned. Very exciting. Rosa also leveled up, so we'll take a look at her stats. 69 willpower, extremely powerful. And let's put that willpower to the test and revive Cecil, and then use a couple Cure 1s to bring him back up to speed. So it looks like 4 Cure 1s should do it. So that's only 12 MP to bring him all the way to full. Excellent. Here we have a new configuration of enemies that we haven't seen yet. 2 Vamp Ladies and 3 Werebats. We've certainly seen the Werebats already, but the Vamp Ladies are a more interesting enemy than some of the ones we've seen previously. These enemies are both mages and undead, so the Mute Knife would work well against them, and you should never use a spell like Psych or Drain against a Vamp Lady. That will backfire. Fire magic is very good against them. A Vamp Lady will use a Drain spell whenever she's the only remaining enemy type, but otherwise she would fight you, then cast Lit 2, fight again, and then use the Glance spell. So that's how Vamp Ladies operate. We'll grab a quick Ether 1 as we head around the corner and through this stairway. And in this room there are 2 chests and a trap door, but the trap door is a trick. We don't want to go through there. Before we can explore any farther, we have to face the Vamp Ladies and the Werebats again, but we don't have the opportunity to strike first this time. Maybe without the strike first, we'll have a chance to see the Vamp Ladies use some of their magic against us, but between Edge's Flame spell and Rydia's Fire 2, I don't think there's much of a chance that these monsters are going to survive. So Cain attacked the enemy in the back row that time, which actually distributed the damage in a nice way so that 2 of the enemies died to Edge's Flame, and this Fire 2 is easily going to win the fight. So yeah, we still didn't get to see the Vamp Ladies do a whole lot, but that's in our best interest. The true exit to this room is through the bottom. Very sneaky. And if you want to go back in there, you'll have to face a trapdoor, so I don't recommend that you do that. Instead, we're going to head over here to the right, where we'll be able to pick up a life potion, but the trapdoor over here in this corner leads to a dead end, so we're going to head down this rope to the bottom instead. We'll be able to find a treasure room over on the right side, but first we have to face 2 huge Nagas again, and considering the fact that we'll get to strike first, I don't think these will ever have a chance to strike back. There are some different possible monster encounters on this floor, so I wanted to put some of that data up on the left side of the screen, but the huge Naga fight is not one to be concerned about. Of course, we have to face another trapdoor before we can move on. Once we get to another dungeon, I'm going to start feeling weird about opening doors that aren't traps. Edge gained a level this time, so we'll take a look at his stats before we revive Rosa. Let's see how Edge is progressing. Up to 55 strength. He had more strength before because he was wearing the bandana, but we switched him over to the ninja hood, which is a little bit more versatile. And now that Rosa is back to life, we will cure her up, and then we will head on into the door. Inside, we'll be able to find 2 chests, and this time one of them is an Ether 2 and the other is a Cure 3, so both pretty good consumable items. I really like having the high level Ethers for the later part of the game. And that's it for this floor. we're getting very close to the end of the sealed cave, and they decide to throw us a bone here, and we get a free save room on the way to the next part. So we'll certainly take advantage of this. You can use a tent, maybe use a couple tents if you need to, a cabin might be better. And don't forget to save the game because we are going to have to fight a boss fairly soon. I do have one bit of good news for you though. I think we only have to do one more trapdoor. So make your way down to the 4th basement. Those ropes don't go anywhere, so you can just skip past them. And we're going to travel along the perimeter. You can go on the left or the right side. And head towards the center where we'll find the stairway labeled D. And that will bring us to the deepest basement. From here, we're just going to go straight across this bridge and through one more trapdoor, which will lead us to the crystal. So we won't speed through the battle this time since it's the very last one. This time it decided to search Cecil, so I guess he's a dead man walking. Edge got in a pretty big hit for over 1200 damage. And there's the disrupt that will remove Cecil. But that's okay, because as soon as we cast Virus here, we'll face a dragon? Oh, well that is something new and different. Rydia's Virus spell just wrecked that dragon, so I'm going to pretend that we meant to do that. But if you do have to face one of those yellow dragons, anytime it takes non-lethal damage, it's going to counter with a lightning spell. So all of that lightning resistant equipment that we purchased back in Tomra is very good against yellow dragons. I sure hope that wasn't my mother. Behind the trapdoor, would you believe that thousands of miles underground in the deepest, darkest cave, somebody built another one of those crystal rooms? Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with these crystal rooms. Maybe the crystal just starts setting things on fire if it's left unchecked. But once we exit with the crystal, we'll notice that the wall is moving. It's another one of those traps? No, this time it's a little bit different. This is a boss, the evil wall. Well, I suppose this qualifies as a boss. It's more like a challenge to see how quickly we can deal 19,000 damage. If the boss takes 16 steps towards us, it will start crushing the party, and that's going to be bad news. So we need to do our max damage per second against this guy and have everybody firing on all cylinders. So here's the plan. Rydia is going to cast her virus spell like she does against the trapdoors. Kane's already berserk, so we don't have to worry about him. And we're going to have Rosa cast Berserk on both Edge and Cecil. She got slow petrified here, so that's going to slow us down, but that's one of the reasons why we picked up those Aegis shields. That will help out our other characters that are equipped with them. The raw power of a Berserked Edge and Kane is probably enough to win this fight on its own, but we should have time to also Berserk Cecil, and those virus spells that Rydia is casting will go a long way to help win this fight. Edge is so fast that for each one turn that our other characters take, Edge seems to get 2. And now we have a petrification on Kane. Unfortunately, while he's using the Avenger's Sword, he can't use a shield. But that's not going to hamper us very much at this point. The evil wall doesn't have very many hit points left, and with one more strike from Edge, the battle is over. We've done it. We've defeated the evil wall and finished the sealed cave. All we need to do now is walk out of here. So we're safe in this room. We can just walk down and around to the stairs. And in this dungeon, like many others, Rosa's exit spell doesn't work. But I do have good news. Rydia's warp spell does work. So we don't need to walk the whole way out of the sealed cave. We'll head up here and save the game before we move on, and we can actually cross through the save room so that we don't have to use one more warp spell. Also, we are about to lose Kane, So now is a good time to unequip all of his gear. So Kain will sadly be leaving the party. So take off any equipment that he's wearing right now. We don't want to lose that when he goes. You may have to throw away a junk item or two to make space in your inventory for all of Kain's stuff. And then we'll head up here through this door and start casting warp again. So here's another warp. And I think the reason why exit doesn't work is because as soon as we get to the entrance of this cave, we're going to see a cutscene, and the game doesn't want us to miss that. So warp will take us back there with no problem. It only costs 4 MP each time you cast warp, but if you were extremely low on magic points after that last boss fight, you could use a tent at the save point to get enough MP to cast warp and get out of here. And here it is, the entrance. And here's that cutscene. That's Golbez's music. He's trying to reactivate Kain's mind control. Oh, we should have seen this coming. Kain, get a hold of yourself. Oh, okay, he's fine. He's not under control. Oh, no, he definitely is under Golbez's control. And we lost the Dark Crystal. Ugh. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, I guess that it's too late. Kain's going to bring the crystal to Golbez, and he'll be able to open the way to the moon. I knew we should have left that crystal in the cave. How was Golbez gonna get it if we left it sealed in there? Oh well, I guess there's no point in I told you so's. But before we move on, I want to mention a trick that you can do here. If your characters are fast enough, so you may need to do this later in the game when you have higher level characters, Rosa can cast Wall on the character that was searched, and if she resolves the spell in time, the trapdoor will cast Disrupt, and it will reflect off the wall and kill the trapdoor. So that actually works. Well, we lost yet another crystal, but what else is new? I guess all we can do now is head back to the Dwarven castle and see if the king has any good ideas. You know, if we're looking for suggestions, I think the time is now. We have the technology. Children are our future. America can, should, will, and must blow up the moon. And we should do it during a full moon to make sure that we get it all. Hey, if you don't like my idea, that's fine. We'll see what the Dwarven King has to say. But if he doesn't have something better, I think that blowing up the moon might be a solid option. Back at the Dwarven Castle, we know that we're going to have some splaining to do when we get to the throne room. And as soon as we enter, the king welcomes us back. But yes, it seems that we're finished. Unless the legend of the big whale comes true. It seems that the king of the dwarves knows about the Mysidian legend. And yeah, that legend is supposed to be about me. Or at least that's what the elder of Mysidia said. Edge says we can't get close to the Tower of Bab-il, although I'm not sure how he knows that. And that's when Sid shows up. It seems that Sid has fully recovered from jumping out of a moving airship and completely exploding. Sid's like the T-1000 or a Chucky doll. You just can't kill this guy. So after nearly killing himself to seal off the path to the surface, Sid Polendina goes to work on an attachment to our airship that will reopen it. We need to get back there, so there's really no choice. Golbez has all of the crystals, and he's going to be able to get to the moon, where he's certainly going to do something sinister. Step 1, gather all of the crystals. Step 2, Step 3, profit. So I guess that's exactly how the plan works. Once we get back to the surface, we'll need to go to Mysidia to advance our quest, but there are a few other things we should take care of as well. Like, we should definitely visit the ghost of the king down in the basement of Castle Baron, and we should certainly check in with Yong's wife back in Fabul, now that we know that Yong is recovering down in the Sylvan cave. As Sid completes the renovations to our airship, he suddenly collapses. Sid? Sid, are you okay, man? Well, like I said before, you can't kill this guy, but the game developers wanted to make it clear that we're not going to be able to add him back to our party. So for now, we'll remain a party of 4. Kane's sudden departure leaves some big high-jumping shoes to fill, but it won't be too long until we encounter a new character to add to our party. It would be nice to have Sid back, even just for a little while, but sadly, that is not meant to be. So for now, we're going to make our way back out of the castle, and we're going to use our newly renovated airship to go back to the surface. Of course, the exit from the Underworld is over here in the upper right corner, so just fly over that. And with a huge earthquake and a massive explosion, the way to the surface has reopened. And it's really that simple. First things first, let's head over to Fabul and meet with Yong's wife. So we'll just land the ship right here and we will enter the castle. It's always nice to be back on the surface. Feel the sun on our faces, the wind at our back. The Underworld is so depressing. So to find Yong's wife, we want to make our way over to the left tower, and we just want to climb up to the top. So go all the way to the top of the left tower, and there she is. And yeah, she's a little bit shocked to hear that he's in the underground. Hey, at least he's alive. We were pretty sure that he exploded in the Tower of Bab-il. We'll get an item called the frying pan for meeting with Yong's wife, and we need to take that item back to the Sylvan cave. So we'll head back down to the underground and make our way over to that cave. So we're just going to fly straight down, we'll find that hole in the ground, and we'll go back to the underground, and the Sylvan cave is in the upper left corner. Once we land, we can save the game, but we've already spent a lot of time in the Sylvan cave, and we're pretty over-leveled for it at this point, so I'm not going to bore you with going back to where Yong is. I'm just going to cut ahead. And once we use the frying pan here, sadly, we're not going to get Yong back on our team, but we are going to get a new summon magic. I guess Yong wants to sleep for a while longer, so the Sylphs volunteer to join us instead. Sylph is a very good summon spell. It targets a single enemy and deals heavy damage, and then it distributes that damage back to the party as like a cure spell. This combination of damage dealing and healing could be good regardless, but there's also a trick that we can use to cast the spell for free. So we'll do that a little while later from now, but you need to be able to cast the Sylph spell before you'll be able to cast it for free. Now, don't get me wrong, we would much rather have Yong back on the team, but as far as consolation prizes go, the Sylph summon is a decent one. But that's not the end of this side quest. After you get the Sylph summon, do not forget to go back to Fabul and visit with Yong's wife again. We're going to use the pan on her, and when we do, she'll give us an exceptionally awesome weapon, the spoon. That's right, the most powerful weapon in the entire game is a spoon. It's not a weapon that anyone can equip, it's something that Edge has to use with his dart ability, but it's the most powerful dart you can find, so save it for the final boss. And now that we have the spoon, let's head over to Mysidia and see if they know anything about this big whale. As soon as we enter the village, we're immediately met by the Elder and ushered off to the Tower of Wishes. And this is that Mysidian legend again. Are you sure this is about me, Elder? I mean, I don't feel like my mother is a dragon. And what does this have to do with a big whale? I don't see anything in this legend about a whale. But the Elder still doesn't have any answers for my questions. Instead, he tells everyone to pray or wish. Wish as hard as they can, and the legend will come alive. Alright, I'm wishing, but I'm not sure what I'm wishing for, Elder. I'm wishing for whales, I guess. With a flashing blue light and the sound of crashing waves, a maelstrom appeared off the coast of Mysidia. And that day, our wish was granted. And from the deepest depths of the sea arose a massive whale-shaped starship. Of course! The legend makes total sense now. Look, if this Elder guy says this legend is about me, and that means I get to keep this spaceship, then who am I to tell him he's wrong? Yeah, that probably is my big whale ship. I totally forgot that I left it at the bottom of the ocean. But, you know, thanks for wishing for it to come back up. While he was wishing, the Elder heard a voice calling us to come to the moon. Someone is waiting for us there. We'll certainly have to check that out. I surely hope someone knows how to fly this thing, and I hope that the keys are inside. But in any case, it looks like we have a spaceship now. But before we go flying off to the moon, let's go and find our old airship, the Enterprise. Now you may be wondering, what's the difference? Why switch airships? Well, the Enterprise has been outfitted with a hook that can pick up the hovercraft, and we're going to need the hovercraft to go into the Adamant Grotto. So we're going to head over here, and we want to drop the hovercraft somewhere in these islands, and we'll land nearby. Remember the rat tail that we found in the monster village? If we use the hovercraft to go to this small cave, we'll find a man who's a tail collector, and he'll trade us some valuable ore for the rat tail. Now, the rat tail is kind of a throwback to the original Final Fantasy, where we needed to find a tail item to get our characters promoted. This guy is so excited to get a rat tail that he'll trade us for some adamant, which is an abbreviation of adamantium, the metal that Wolverine's claws are made out of. So yeah, I think that we got the better end of that deal. With the adamant, we can go back to the Underworld, and there's a smithy down in the lower right corner. That smithy can use the adamant to upgrade Cecil's legend sword and turn it into the legendary Excalibur. So here's where the smithy is. His name is Kokkol. And while we're here, we can also find a few hidden items, one of which is an elixir so we should certainly make sure to pick that up. This guy says that Kokkol is the world's greatest blacksmith, and I have to say that seems to be accurate. We have not met very many other blacksmiths. On this floor we can find a Cure 2 and a Heal, but the elixir is upstairs. So once we have those items, we'll head over here on the right side where we'll find the stairs. And up here, if you want the elixir, look in the bookcase. Whenever we talk to the Smithy, we'll notice that he's asleep and he doesn't want to make any more swords because he can't even find the legendary ore adamant. Well, we have adamant, and if we give it to him, he'll take our legend sword and upgrade it. We'll follow him downstairs. As long as you've summoned the big whale in Mysidia, you'll be able to collect the sword right now. If you haven't summoned the big whale yet, you'll need to go do that first and then come back. And here it is, it's done. The sacred sword, Excalibur. Once you have the Excalibur, make sure to equip it. It is an extremely powerful weapon. It adds plus 10 to your strength in addition to giving you plus 160 to your attack. So yeah, we absolutely want this before we go into the next dungeon. Once we have the Excalibur, we're not going to need to come back here ever again. However, we're not quite done with the tail collector just yet. Much later in the game, in the final dungeon, if we are very lucky, we can find an item called the pink tail, and if we bring the pink tail to the tail collector, he'll give us the best armor in the game, so be on the lookout for that. But for now, we're going to save the game and check out the ghost in the basement of Baron. This is going to be the most difficult boss fight we've faced so far, so do not forget to save the game before you come in here, and we're going to stay in good old Cecil's bed to recover all of our health and MP before the fight. Once everyone is good and refreshed, we'll head back down the stairs and we'll make our way to the right tower. Now, if you're having trouble with this boss, you could come back and do it later when you have a full party of 5 characters, but we're going to learn a new summon magic if we can defeat the boss, and that summon magic is just not going to be very useful much later in the game, so I think it's best if we can get it now. So we'll head up here through the gate and go inside the right tower, and we'll take the stairway on the left side leading downwards, and that will bring us to this long hallway that will lead us to another stairway that will bring us deeper into the basement. And this is where we'll find that second throne, and we should probably change a few pieces of equipment before we fight this boss. I like to equip Rosa with a bow here and lit arrows. This boss is weak against lightning, so we can also equip Edge with double Cat Claw, and we're gonna have him use his blitz magic. Double Cat Claw will make him super fast. And really, this battle is all about speed. Possibly more surprising than the fact that the king was murdered and replaced by a doppelganger that was actually a huge turtle in disguise is the fact that he was the Norse god Odin the entire time. I mean, what are the odds? We need to kill Odin super fast. If we don't kill Odin fast enough, he's going to raise his sword, and then he's going to do a devastating attack that will wipe out our entire party. Rydia's Indra Call magic will deal a ton of damage to this guy, and Rosa can berserk Cecil so that he'll deal even more damage when he attacks. And here's that Indra Call magic, which dealt over 7,500 damage. That was almost a third of this guy's health. We have Edge constantly blitzing, which is dealing over 3,000 damage each time. Cecil deals over 3,000 whenever he attacks, and the lit arrows when Rosa aims can deal a decent amount of damage as well. All combined, we should be able to defeat Odin before he wipes out the party, but if you die, just reload your last save and try again. Once Odin is defeated, we'll gain the ability to call him with Rydia. Whenever we summon Odin, he will wipe out all of the enemies on the battlefield, but it is a spell that can fail. Later on in the game, we're going to just have better summon spells that we can use that won't fail, so it's sort of unacceptable to cast a big summon magic that has the potential to not work. Also, I would just love to know how that Kane Ozo guy was able to get the jump on Odin. Well, in any case, once you've recruited Odin and you have the spoon, it's time to go to the moon! Once you enter the big whale, you'll find yourself in a small room that has a number of features, but if you just want to go to the moon, all you need to do is touch the orange crystal in the center. It's really that easy. People train their entire lives to become astronauts when all you need to do to get to the moon is touch a crystal and it takes a few seconds. It's really that easy. Once we get to the moon, there's a number of things to check out, but we'll land in this spot first. To exit the ship, we can go through one of the vents on the side. And that's one small step for man, one giant leap if Kane were here. There are random monster encounters on the moon, so yes, there is life here. We're going to try out that Odin spell, and if it works, it's going to just kill all of these monsters. But between the Juklyotes and the Prokaryotes, they're fairly similar. They just attack when they get their turn, but the Prokaryotes are a little bit more powerful because they have slightly more HP. And you can see what happens when Odin works. The enemies just die. This place is called Humingway's house, and if you've ever wondered why Naming Way was so strange looking, now we know. It's because he's from the moon. Most of these characters will just say hum hum when you talk to them, but one of them will sell you items. Trying to find him is like trying to find Waldo on the last page of that one book where all of the characters look like Waldo. But this guy sells a very good item called the Whistle, and you'll want to purchase a few of these. This is a consumable item that will allow you to access the big chocobo anywhere. So once you have a few whistles, inventory management will be a thing of the past. Seeing all of these Humingway guys certainly makes me wonder, back on Earth, is it always the same naming way that we're running into in each town? Or are there a whole bunch of different naming ways living in each different place? I feel like either is possible. If you want to fly the big whale like an airship, go inside and take the controls at the top. Now you can fly it around freely. Visiting Humingway's house was optional, but what we actually need to do on the moon is go to the palace in the middle. Getting there won't be so simple though. We'll need to go through a few caves on the outside. So land up on top of this ridge and enter the Lunar Path. We may need to change some of our equipment after the Odin fight. And I mentioned before that there's a way for Rydia to cast the Sylph spell for free. And this trick is actually very easy to do. All we need to do is go into her magic in the menu and move Sylph to the upper right corner. So that's where it needs to be. Once it's up there, whenever you cast it, it will be free. You'll need to have enough MP to be able to cast the spell, but whenever it resolves, your magic points will not be decreased. This treasure chest contains some monsters that are defending it, but it's just a pair of Juklyotes and a pair of Prokaryotes. We just set up the Sylph trick, so we are going to try to cast Sylph against one of these monsters. and you'll be able to see how it works. Sylph is a pretty good spell even if you're not going to use the trick, but you just may need to use an ether every once in a while to restore your MP if you're going to be casting Sylph frequently. We're going to have Rosa cast Berserk on Edge, so we'll be able to take advantage of his speed combined with the bonus to his attack that the Berserk provides. And let's call that Sylph again. It's supposed to cost 25 magic points, but you see we have 279 right now, and we're still going to have 279 when we're done. So here is Sylph yet again, and it's really nice to be able to restore all of our health and deal damage at the same time. So look at that, it's as if no one took damage at all. We got a bunch of experience points for defeating those enemies, and our reward is an elixir. And you can see here in the menu, we still have 279 MP on Rydia. So Sylph didn't cost us any magic points, and we cast it twice. Here we have a variety pack of flan enemies, and the pudding is a new one. The pudding doesn't have any particular weakness to elemental magic, so just cast whatever spells you want. I think a good idea would be to use some fire-based ones because the slime is weak against fire, but whatever you cast should be fine. Remember, physical attacks aren't going to be very good against these guys, including the new pudding. Usually Cecil deals thousands of damage when he attacks enemies with his Excalibur, but when he hits a pudding, he just deals 1. Yep, that's how those guys work. And before we exit this path, there are 2 chests on the right side, and neither of them are protected by monsters. Neither of them are very exciting either, but once you pick them up, we'll emerge on the other side of the Lunar Path, and we'll be back out on the surface of the moon. Out here on the surface, we'll face a lot of similar battles to the ones that we would have seen inside of the Lunar Path, but they're not exactly the same. This particular configuration is, of course, and we know that we need to use magic against these guys because physical attacks deal next to nothing. So Cecil might as well just parry, or he could use some of his healing magic on the party if anyone is low on HP. Edge should use his magic, like the flame is a good option, and Rydia can use her fire magic as well. No specific magic works against the pudding, just whatever you want to use. Make sure it's at least a tier 2 spell so that we can deal decent damage. And this time, Edge gained a level, so we'll take a look at his status. See how Edge is progressing. He's level 39 now, so he's leveling up quite quickly, and he has 57 strength now. Very good. We'll have Rosa just use Cure 3 on the entire party. That's kinda lazy. We should probably just use Cure 1 as much as we need to, but a quick blast of Cure 3 is probably fine. This time we have 2 pudding and 2 moon cells to fight, and the moon cells are very similar to the other germ type enemies that we fought earlier in the game. Whenever you damage them, they'll do a remedy spell to recover some health, and if you wait long enough, they'll eventually retreat. I think that we'll be able to kill them with our powerful magic, especially if we have Rydia summon Leviathan, which is going to be overkill, but it will definitely get the job done. Rosa leveled up that time, so we'll take a look at her status and see how she is progressing. And it may be overkill to use something like Leviathan on that battle, but we're out on the surface of the moon, and that's technically the overworld, so if we want to, we can use a tent or a cabin at any time to recover our HP and MP, and we can also save the game whenever we want. So we should certainly save the game before we go into Lunar Path B, and we'll use our last tent, and from here we're going to start using cabins. We should have a decent supply of them by now. Rydia didn't quite recover all of her MP, but if we can just get through this second Lunar Path, we'll be able to find a place where we can recover our HP and MP for free. We have 2 grenades and 2 puddings this time. We've seen the puddings quite a few times now. The grenades are the most powerful bomb type enemies, so we know that if we wait around too long, those guys will explode. Also, if you use fire magic against them and they don't die, they'll explode. They're supposed to counterattack lightning magic, but for some reason Edge's Blitz doesn't seem to trigger it. But Rydia's lit 2 would, assuming that they weren't already dead. Cecil and Rydia both leveled up, and now Rydia knows Fire 3, which is another great spell to add to her spellbook. She's already up to 67 wisdom. And Cecil, being well-rounded as usual, has 58 strength now. Very powerful. As we round this bend, it seems that we have to face the grenades and the puddings again. So we'll use Edge's Blitz. Cecil can fight one of the grenades because he can't really hurt the puddings. And Rydia can use any of her tier 2 magics. I would say fire is the most risky one, but it doesn't really matter. Once Blitz is resolved, any of the tier 2 magics will finish the fight. So there's the Blitz, and here comes Fire 2, which will win the battle. Wow, Edge was already getting ready to cast Blitz again. That's how fast Edge is right now. And that will bring us to the exit of Lunar Path B. Out here we'll have Rosa quickly heal the party, and then we're going to save the game and make our way towards the Lunar's lair. We probably won't encounter too many random monsters on the way over there, so we should be in good shape. But here's 2 puddings and 2 moon cells. We've certainly seen this combination before. We'll have Edge use Blitz this time. Cecil can attack one of the moon cells. And let's have Rydia try some of her tier 3 magic. She hasn't cast any of it yet. There's the Blitz. And now, whenever Rydia resolves her spell, we should be able to win this one. Tier 3 magic takes a little bit longer to cast than Tier 2 magic, so keep that in mind whenever you're deciding what spells to use. And here's Ice 3, a very potent spell. For our troubles, we'll get over 3,000 experience points, as well as an Ether 1. Nice! And then we'll continue heading towards the Lunar Lair. Once we get inside, there are 2 magical panels, one on the left and one on the right, and this one over here will restore your party's HP and remove any negative status abnormalities. And if we head over to the right side, we'll be able to refill our MP. So this is quite awesome. It's like another free place that we can use as an inn. If you don't want to go to both sides, you could always just use magic to restore your hit points, and then just go to the right side to refill your MP. And whenever we enter the center of the room, we hear a voice, and a star comes down from the sky. It's FuSoYa, the Lunarian. Good old FuSoYa. Sometimes I'm not sure where the man ends and the beard begins. This guy feels like a late game replacement for Tella, because he can cast all of the spells just like Tella can, except he actually has the MP to do it. FuSoYa is also able to fill in the missing pieces of the story. It seems that a long time ago, the planet between Mars and Jupiter, I suppose they may be talking about Ceres, was about to be destroyed, and the people that lived there decided to move to Earth to escape the calamity. However, when they got there, they found humans that were in a primal state of evolution. They decided not to interfere with them. So they did what any reasonable people would do and created a second moon where they would sleep until the people of Earth had evolved. But one of the most powerful Lunarians didn't want to sleep. He wanted to bring down the robot of Bab-il and wipe out the people of Earth so they can live there right now. So basically, all of the conflict on Earth is because of the man in the moon. Even more interesting, FuSoYa's brother KluYa had gone to Earth many years ago. While he was there, he met a girl, and he had 2 children. One of them was Cecil. FuSoYa confirms that the voice we heard on Mount Ordeals was indeed Cecil's father KluYa. He gave us the power to thwart the foul machination of Zemus. That means my mother was a dragon and my father was a space alien from the moon? I probably shouldn't mention that to very many people. They might think I'm clinically insane. In any case, FuSoYa joins the party, and we will be happy to have his power on our side. He's the only character whose portrait faces to the right on the menu, and these stats that he has right now, they will not change very much as he levels up. He can get some serious stat boosts after level 70 if you really want to take the time to level him up that high. But just like Tella, FuSoYa is not really a character for people that like leveling up. He's a character for people who want everything right now, and in that way, he absolutely delivers. In this mysterious lunar crystal room, we can meet the moon crystals, and unlike the normal crystals on Earth, these ones can talk in English. The mysterious lunar crystals explain that they are balanced by the normal crystals back on Earth, and that's why Golbez is able to use those crystals to create a passageway here to the moon. Although, where is Golbez? You'd think he'd be waiting for us here. The crystals also say that they are using their power to confine Zemus under the ground. It seems to be working right now, but even as Zemus sleeps, his power is still able to corrupt the minds of people on Earth. It seems that from the center of this floor, there's a path that leads to Zemus's core, and that may be foreshadowing for later. Right now, whenever we step on this panel, we can feel the evil inside, but for now, it's sealed by an unknown power. I don't really think the power is unknown. It's the power of the crystals in this very room. They just explain that to us. But in any case, once we're done speaking with the strange crystals, we can leave the Lunar's lair behind and make our way back to the big whale. Now that we have a full party, we should change our formation. FuSoYa is a magic user, so we should put him in the back. We can also save the game. So we'll take the opportunity to do that, and then we need to go back to Lunar Path B so that we can emerge on the other side. So we'll just walk through here, and here is our first opportunity to test out FuSoYa's powers, and we'll see if we even have a chance to against these relatively weak enemies. We should be able to use a tent or a cabin as soon as we get out on the other side, so we can use some serious magic against these enemies. Let's try out the Nuke spell with FuSoYa. Nuke is not one of the slower spells, it's actually pretty fast. It can only target a single enemy. It costs a lot of magic points, but it hits very hard, so nuke is one that you may want to consider whenever you're facing a boss. Rydia's Ice 3 easily finished off the enemies, and Rosa got poisoned here, so we should take care of that, unless we want the screen to go blurry every time we take a step. I mean, the poison doesn't deal a lot of damage, it's just extremely obnoxious. With those enemies out of the way, we'll continue towards the exit, and we made it. Outside, we'll continue walking around on the surface of the moon without a spacesuit, because there's breathable atmosphere out here. NASA doesn't want you to know. Here's another monster encounter, and we've faced these enemies so many times now, so we're just going to speed right through this. Use whatever magic you want to win this fight, because if you need to, you can always use a tent or a cabin. And we'll take care of our health with Rosa. Dr. Rosa always has the remedy. Once everyone's in good shape, we need to make our way back to Lunar Path A, and to get there we just need to head to the left. So we'll trek across the crater-scarred landscape, and once we get to the outside of the cave, we'll quickly save the game just for extra safety, and go inside. And once we get in here, we'll face another set of enemies. It's 2 red worms, and we've been attacked from behind. Yikes. We are lucky Rydia wasn't killed by that hit. We really need to flip the formation. Red worms are weak against fire magic, so we are going to have Edge use flame, and any of our magic users can use whatever fire magic they have available. Whenever a red worm takes damage, it counters with the vampire spell, which deals a small amount of damage and heals the red worm. These red worms each have 7,000 hit points, which seems like a lot, but if FuSoYa targets both of them with Fire 3, it's still going to deal enough damage to kill both of them. This spell is very powerful against the red worms, especially considering we already had Edge cast his fire magic. So this is definitely going to do it, and that was more than enough. So we were able to win that battle, although it got a little bit dicey. And we'll have Rosa take care of Rydia and Cecil. They took quite a few hits in that one. We're using our most efficient Cure magic here, but we could probably just use Cure 4 if we wanted to. Once we make it back to the ship, there's a free inn inside that we can use. So we'll be able to sleep and regain all of our hit points and magic points once we get back to the ship. We don't have much farther to go. And once we're outside, we just need to get back up on that ridge where we parked. To be safe, we'll save the game, and we made it inside. So if we head down to the bottom here, these are the beds that we can use, and we'll say goodnight and refill all of our health. You'll be happy to know that even in a spaceship that has 6 individual beds, we all decided to sleep in the same one. That's just how we do it here in Final Fantasy. Another feature of the ship is the big chocobo just sort of lives here. We don't even have to summon him by using a carrot. And you gotta wonder, is it always the same big chocobo? Or are there many big chocobos, but they all somehow have access to the same items? Something to ponder for sure. Now that we have those whistles, it's easy to get our items back from the big chocobo, so just hand over any items that you're not using right now. Do not touch the crystal to go back to Earth just yet. If you do that, you will automatically be taken to the next dungeon, and you won't be able to do this side quest where we'll get the game's best call magic until you've finished it. So you want to go here first. Park your spaceship up on top of that donut-shaped ridge, And before we can get into the dungeon, we've been attacked by 2 puddings and a pro coyote. We certainly know by now that we need to use magic to defeat puddings, but at this point we have 3 black magic users if you count Edge, so it should be no problem to finish off these guys. Also, we have FuSoYa that can cast ridiculously powerful magic, including Meteor, so really there's no limit to what we can do against these monsters. Fire 3 should easily take them down, and that will finish off the fight quite quickly. And now we can continue heading towards this small cave, Bahamut's lair. We're going to save the game outside, make sure that everyone's ready to go. If you need to use a tent or a cabin, you can do that now. This is not the most difficult dungeon, but we will have to face an interesting boss at the end, so I would certainly save just to be safe. Alright, let's do this. In addition to the game's best summon magic, we'll also find treasure chests in this dungeon that contain pieces of armor from the Samurai set, which is an excellent set of armor for Cecil and Kain, and even Edge can wear some of the pieces. These items don't add anything to your stats, but they are great for providing raw defense. Up here through this secret passage, we'll be able to find the Samurai shield. Edge is not able to equip this one, but Cecil or Kain can. The Samurai shield provides more defense than the Aegis shield, although it does not protect against petrification. It also has a slightly higher evasion percentage. And here we have a warlock with 2 carries. Whenever you see carries, this is a great opportunity to use Edge's sneak ability. If you're lucky, you'll be able to get some Artemis arrows, which are the best arrows in the game, and they're also extra effective against dragons, so we are definitely going to be using Artemis arrows. Do yourself a favor and try to steal some whenever you see these monsters. You can steal from them multiple times. Sometimes the sneak will fail. If it fails, that's okay. Just try it again. The carries themselves are fairly strong against magic, but something that you could use is the weak spell, which will reduce one of them down to critical health. So that's something that we could try, but you do need to be a little bit careful. Whenever there's only 1 carry left and it's the only enemy left on the battlefield, it will use a spell called Hug, which will turn one of your characters to stone. And then after that it will retreat. So watch out for the Hug spell. That's something that would make the Aegis shield probably better than the Samurai one we just got, but it's unlikely to hit Cecil. It's like a 1 in 5 chance. And of course that's what happened here. But that's fine. We don't have to worry about this monster anymore because it's just going to run away. Wow, not only did Edge manage to steal us multiple sets of Artemis arrows there, but he also leveled up. After the battle, we'll have Rosa cast Heal on Cecil so that he won't be stone anymore. If your entire party is ever turned to stone, or some of the characters are turned to stone and some of them are dead, that is a game over. So you do need to be careful about that. It's those same enemies again. We'll try to steal some more Artemis arrows, and this time we'll use the Leviathan call magic, which will definitely do a number on the warlock, but it may not be enough to kill off the carries. Something that you should know about warlocks is that they will cast a series of spells if you let them stay alive. They start out with Fire 2, and they'll follow it up with Psych, Drain, Lit 2, and Ice 2 before going back to Fire 2 again. If a warlock is ever the only remaining monster on the battlefield, it will cast Weak, which is a very obnoxious thing for it to cast. And here we have only one carry remaining, but we were able to kill it this time before it gave us its deadly hug. Rosa leveled up and she learned the spell of Life 2, which is awesome magic. This spell costs a ton of MP. It costs 52 magic points, so you should never use it outside of battle. Life 2 is for reviving a character in battle, and whenever you revive a character using Life 2, they will come back with full hit points instead of just a few as they normally would. Here we have a Warlock as the only monster on the battlefield, which is very dangerous. If he has the opportunity, he may cast Weak against us, and there it is. Weak is going to reduce Edge's hit points down to a very low number, and that's going to cost us quite a few MP to restore. We'll have Rosa cast Cure 3 on him, which will be enough to restore him to full health, and it looks like Edge got a little bit of revenge and finished off the Warlock himself. This time Rydia leveled up, so we'll take a look at her status. Rydia has 67 wisdom now, and she has 345 max MP, so she is an extremely powerful black magic user. It would be nice if she had a little bit more health. FuSoYa, who's like 1,000,000 years old, has more health than Rydia, so that's kind of embarrassing. Here we have a pair of red giants, and these guys are interesting. If you want a way to defeat them that costs very few magic points, you could try casting the Mist Dragon spell against them. That will hit both of them with Call Magic, and these guys counter Call Magic by using the Explode spell. So they're going to deal some heavy damage to our party members, but the red giants are going away. And that time Cecil took all 9's damage, and Rosa almost took as much damage. But we won the fight, and we do get a ton of experience points for that. So just because the monsters exploded doesn't mean that we don't get experience points. There are some other ways that monsters can die that won't generate experience points, but exploding is okay. Now, I'm definitely not going to say that's the best way to deal with those guys. We're going to have to do a lot of recovery to take care of the 2 characters that died. But that is a very fast and very efficient way to defeat those monsters in the battle itself. Once everyone is all recovered from their encounter with the red dragons, we'll head up here where we'll find the samurai armor, a very strong and robust armor that adds plus 21 to our defense. So that's pretty good. And here we have a D-bone. A D-bone appears to be a living, breathing dinosaur fossil, and it's also purple, which makes me wonder, could it be Barney? In any case, it's weak against fire magic, so we can light this thing up with some Fire 3. That will easily take it out. Yep, all 9's, that ought to do it. And with the D-bone out of the way, this time Cecil gained a level. We'll take a look at his status. Cecil is up to 60 strength, although the Excalibur certainly helps with that. And now we'll have Rosa cure the party, as she always does. It's not going to take much after that fight. That one did not last very long. And we're going to head over here to the right, where we'll find the samurai helmet. So we're just going to make Cecil look like a crazy samurai and give him all that samurai gear right now. Whenever we head up here and cross this small bridge, we are going to have to face a behemoth, and this is like a mini boss. So this is not a random encounter. Whenever you step on this particular space, you'll always have to face the behemoth. Interestingly, The behemoth is very similar to the fight that we had with Asura. Behemoths can attack you whenever they get their turn, but they don't hit very hard. However, they hit very hard when they counterattack. So what we want to do is have our characters cast Blink on our frontline melee attackers before we start attacking the behemoth. Edge knows the image spell now, which is essentially the same as the Blink spell, but he can only cast it on himself, so he doesn't have to rely on Rosa casting it for him. Cecil will need to have Rosa or FuSoYa cast the Blink spell on him. Once we've had our frontline attackers blinked, we can berserk them so they can deal a ton of damage to the behemoth. Once Cecil and Edge are both berserked, Rosa and FuSoYa's job is to make sure that the blink stays active and that our other characters remain at high enough hit points to survive any counterattacks from the behemoth. In the back line, they won't take as much damage, but we still need to be careful. Behemoths take a while to kill, but they're worth over 58,000 experience points, and there's a small chance that they will drop an item called the Power Vest, which is a pretty nice piece of armor that can increase your strength. So the rewards for fighting a behemoth are certainly worth it. But we need to fight that behemoth anyway to get through this area, so we might as well take advantage of it when we can. This monster is a Ging Ryu, and this guy will mostly just fight against your characters, although after it fights 3 times, it will cast the spell of Blaze. If you use Call magic against it and it doesn't die, it will respond with the Tornado spell. Let's try Nuke on this guy, that should deal some serious damage, and combined with the melee attacks that we already hit it with, the Ging Ryu did not last very long. We've been aggressively using magic with FuSoYa, and he only has 190 magic points, and he's really not going to get very many more than that. So we may need to use ethers on him every now and again to get him back up to speed. On this spot, we have another behemoth to face, and we know what to do now. We're going to have Edge cast Image, we're going to have everyone else parry, until we've cast Blink on Cecil, and then we're gonna start berserking people. If you're being extremely conservative, you could cast Blink on more of your characters, and that might be worth doing. The ones in the back line don't take as much damage when they get hit by the behemoth, but as you can see, the behemoth just isn't really doing anything while we're gearing up to fight it. So it's not like we're missing out on any big opportunities. So yeah, blink everyone if you want to. That'll keep you safe. So we'll put a blink on all 5 of our characters this time, and we'll try that out. And once everyone's blinked up, it's time to start attacking, and it's also time to start casting Berserk. You'll notice that Rydia isn't really participating much in this battle, and that's because behemoths, well, they have 254 magic defense, so magic just doesn't work very well against them. It's sort of like using physical attacks against Flawn enemies. Rydia's physical attacks also aren't going to deal enough damage to make it worthwhile to get counterattacked by the behemoth. So we don't want to attack with anyone that's not going to deal a ton of damage, because it's going to trigger the behemoth to attack us, and then we'll lose one of our blink shields. You may notice on the monster information that it says this guy has no status resistances, but as far as the game is concerned, a behemoth is a boss, and any monster that's coded as a boss is protected from all status abnormalities with the exception of slow, and that's why none of their resistances show up in the monster data. But it's totally fine to sideline Rydia during these behemoth fights. Edge and Cecil will get the job done, no problem. So you may decide to just blink Edge and Cecil, or you can try blinking the entire team. Whatever makes you feel the most comfortable, just do that. And we're not going to need to do too much healing after that one because we didn't take very many hits. And once we're ready to go, we're going to continue along this thin bridge. Towards the end, you'll see there's a red asterisk marked on the map. That's where we'll have to face one more behemoth. So when we get close to that, we'll make sure that we're ready. We'll give FuSoYa an ether. And here it is, the final behemoth of the cave. Behemoths would go on to be one of the most iconic monster types in Final Fantasy history, and you usually need to fight them towards the end of the game. They are typically very powerful monsters, and are almost boss level if not bosses themselves. There were no behemoths in the original Final Fantasy on the NES, and while there were behemoths in the two Famicom games, we didn't get those here in North America, so for players in the United States, this game would be the first time we'd get to see these monsters. And if you don't know that you're supposed to cast Blink on your party, and you don't understand that the counterattacks that this thing delivers are the only attacks that you really need to worry about, these monsters can be quite tough to defeat. I remember being very intimidated by the behemoths when I had to fight them as a kid. But we're doing especially good against this one. Cecil has done a few hits that were over 3,000 damage just by himself. We'll have FuSoYa cast Blink on himself. Rosa will cast Blink on Rydia to be extra safe. And there's another attack of almost 3,500 damage. And there's a particularly good one from Edge as well. He wasn't even berserked. And with that, Rydia leveled up and learned Lit 3. FuSoYa also leveled up, but he didn't learn anything. And Rosa and Edge both leveled up as well. So almost the entire party. And there you can see FuSoYa. Same old stats. Rydia's up to 68 wisdom, very good. Edge looking very powerful with 60 strength, and there's Rosa with her 74 willpower. We are quite powerful now. With that last behemoth out of the way, we're almost to the boss. So we'll make sure everyone is cured and we'll make our way up here. But first, it looks like we have to face the two red giants again. Let's not do the thing where we cast the Mist Dragon this time. You should be aware that the red giants will counter any other magic by using their beam attack, assuming that they're not dead. Nuke is a good spell that we can try. It will be countered with beam, but it does a lot of damage. So there's the beam. It dealt a moderate amount of damage to Edge. And there's the emission attack. This is one of the attacks the red giants will do when they get their turn. Aside from the counterattacks, the red giant script is very simple. Whenever it gets its turn for the first time, it will do a physical attack against one of your party members, and the next time it gets its turn, it will use the emission, which deals fire damage to the entire party. So it just alternates between those two things. You can see it just used its physical attack against Cecil, dealing him 470 damage, and so the next time this red giant goes, it's going to do a mission. Very, very simple. Seems that a lot of our characters are strong against fire or against magic attacks in general, so we're holding up very well against the emission, and as long as the red giant doesn't attack too many times, we should be able to easily take it out. Cecil leveled up this time. He didn't level up with the rest of the party the last time, so it's nice to see that he was able to gain one this time. Hopefully we can make it to the boss without getting attacked again, but we'll make sure that everyone is at full HP, and it looks like FuSoYa is down to very low levels of MP, and wow, a couple of our characters are low on MP, so it's going to be time to use some of our ethers. Make sure to use your ether ones first. You should be using the more powerful ethers in battle in emergency situations, while we can use our weaker ethers out here on the menu. And we made it. We were able to defeat Leviathan, but will we be able to defeat Bahamut? Actually, Bahamut is a surprisingly easy boss to defeat. This is more of a gimmick battle, kind of like the fight against Asura. This is the best time in the game to fight against him when we have both FuSoYa and Rosa in the party, because they can both cast wall magic. The more characters that we get wall magic put on before Bahamut does his Mega Nuke spell, the safer we'll be. We should be able to get at least 4 walls up before Bahamut casts Mega Nuke, and we may even be able to get 5. We want to have our characters attacking him in the meantime, and you'll see that whenever Bahamut gets his turn, he doesn't actually do anything. Instead, he just decreases the countdown until the Mega Nuke goes off. So yeah, if we can just put up a bunch of walls, this boss is going to be very, very easy, because that Mega Nuke spell can be reflected by wall magic. He's going to cast it on our entire party, and it's going to deal a ton of damage, but for each wall we have, it's going to be reflected back at Bahamut, and it's likely going to deal over 9,000 damage back to him. This guy has 37,000 HP, so one reflected Mega Nuke is not going to be enough to kill him. That's why we started the battle by berserking Cecil and Edge. They're going to provide the remaining damage that we need to win. Also, Rydia can get in there with some Ice 3 spells. They deal a nice amount of damage as well. And there's the Mega Nuke, and the reflected damage was enough to defeat Bahamut. We did lose FuSoYa, but that's okay. We won the battle, and now we can cast Bahamut, the best call spell in the game. Will this new magic be enough to turn the tide of battle in our favor? We'll find out in the next episode. We'll also gather all of the secret call spells that you can only get from items. We'll learn the game's most powerful way to level up fast, and we'll finally put an end to Zemus. But until then, thanks for watching.